I'm your host, Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and today I am joined by the chat. That is right. You guys will be commentating this round with me. Hikaru today is playing with the black pieces against Anish Giri. A very exciting matchup. We also have some other exciting pairings today. But yeah, again, since I have no co-host today, feel free to ask any questions, engage in the chat, and we're going to send Hikaru a lot of energy. Anish, a very tough opponent. I mean, Anish is extremely solid with white pieces, very well prepared. So it's not going to be easy at all for Hikaru to get a win here with the black pieces, but I do give him good chances in case this game ends in a draw to get the win in a potential Armageddon. So yeah, let's see what is going to happen. The other pairings of today are Gukesh playing with white pieces against Magnus Carlsen, Ariantari playing with the white pieces against Wesley So, Fallujah playing with white against Caruana. That's actually a pretty interesting one. Fallujah is currently in second place and Caruana is leading the field. And then we have Shaq Momajarov against Noderbek as well. So one thing I'm very curious about is how Wesley So is going to approach this game. He's playing Ariantari, the lowest seed in the tournament. He's got the least points. I'm very curious to see if he will go all out to try and win this one. But I think we can expect Hikaru to just play solid here with the black pieces. I think Anish is going to open up either with e4 or d4. If I had to make a guess right now, I'd say d4. Hikaru is going to respond with knight f6, c4, e6, and then either Anish is maybe going to go into the Catalan with g3 or knight f3 right away, and then d5, g3. In the Blitz tournament, we saw Hikaru playing the Boko Indian, but I think it's quite unlikely that he will repeat it. I think that was just his weapon in the Blitz. We see Hikaru looking at the camera. He's got his coffee. He's got a nice checkered shirt. Anish, on the other hand, wearing a nice suit. They've got the Norwegian mountain water. The players are just relaxing a little bit before we get ready. Yeah, big shout out to everyone who's watching again. Thanks, Hybrid, for the 1 month sub. Hello, Pedro. And again, we're going to get started very, very soon. So let's see what is going to happen. Final moments before this game, we have... thanks, Lammers. We have less than a minute. Tell us about the canned water. I don't know much about the canned water. I think it's just the sponsor of this tournament. Hikaru said that he liked the water. Tasted very fresh, the Norwegian mountain water. Time to go to sleep, chest full. Well, it's still, unless you're in Asia, it shouldn't be too late. So let's all just stay here and send Hikaru some energy. All right, where's the microwave? The microwave is right behind Hikaru. You guys might not see it right now, but it's sending Hikaru waves of energy. Yeah, everyone who's new here, make sure to follow Hikaru's Kick channel. Appreciate the follows, everyone. If you do not have a Kick account just yet, make sure to create an account and hit that follow button. The nice thing about Kick is that we will have no ads here at all. So when the critical moment is coming up, you will not get hit with ads. And e4 is on the board by Anish now. I'm sure that Hikaru is going to respond with e5. We will see knight f3, knight c6, and then either a Ruy Lopez or an Italian by Anish. If I had to guess, I would say an Italian. But let's see, Hikaru looking to the ceiling. Wait. And he goes c5. Wow. That is a first surprise. How do you... Well, Ruy, you already have a Kick account. All right, so we have c5 on the board, knight f3, chef's house. That's pretty interesting. I think that's actually Ding's username on JustGum, knight c6 by Hikaru. And now we will see what Anish is going to do. This is how Hikaru defended himself in the American Cup. Against bishop b5, he played the move e5, and against move d4, he played the Ponziano. But I'm sure that we will see Anish think here for a little bit. He's looking down. He's trying to remember his preparation. He's thinking like, okay, which line do I know best? How do I want to challenge Hikaru here with the white pieces? But I like the fact that Hikaru is the first to set a surprise. We see him looking confident. I think he's got a cup of coffee there. So let's see what Anish is going to do. If I had to guess, I think bishop b5, but that is just a guess. Or d4, one of those two. I think knight c3 is move as well, and we have bishop b5 on the board. And now the big question, what is Hikaru going to do? Is he going to keep playing e5? No, he goes for the move g6. Now Anish is probably going to take, or castles. I think castles is either what Anish or Wesley So recommended in his chessable course. But again, the move g6 is a slight surprise by Hikaru. In the American Cup, he defended himself with the move e5. But to be honest, it felt a little bit risky to keep repeating that. So I like the fact that he's switching it up. And very funny, Maclo. All right, but if you take, he can either take with the B pawn or with the D pawn, but castle's also a very critical continuation by white. If we will see castles, Hikaru will probably play bishop g7, rook e1, and here black can play moves like knight of 6, or d6, or e5. So let's see what's going to happen. I think c3 is a move as well. I don't know if this is what Wesley So recommended in his chessable course. It was something along those lines. But it is good that we see Anish thinking. I mean, he's the first one to spend a little bit of time. I mean, it's not significant. Oh, wait, sorry. It is not significant, 2 minutes in a 2-hour game. But it is very good that Anish is out of book because his preparation is top tier. So you want to avoid his preparation if possible. All right. It's just, guys, it's just going to take a matter of time. I mean, right now, Kick is a very new platform. Twitch has been around for years, but Twitch has failed a little bit to innovate. So who knows if Kick is going to take over. I mean, again, there's no ads here. So we will just have to wait and see what is going to happen. But please, everyone, just be supportive of Hikaru. It's a decision he's made. All of you guys are here because you want to support him. So please support that decision as well. All right, so who do I support? I support Hikaru. Hey, I mean, my kick channel, it's GM Benjamin Bach. Anyway, Anish takes on c6, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Is he going to take with the B pawn or with the D pawn? Hikaru likes to stand up whenever it's not his move, but I'm sure he's going to return at the board very soon. Anish looking to the ceiling. He's thinking, okay, how do I want to approach this game? The thing is, there's quite a difference in terms of whether you take with the D pawn or with the B pawn. But let's see which one Hikaru is going to go for. He takes with the B pawn, very interesting, a very ambitious approach, capturing towards the center. Now I expect Anish to castle, bishop g7 by Hikaru, and then the move rook to e1. And here there's a lot of options for black. White is waiting for black to play the move knight f6. And indeed, we have the move bishop g7 on the board. I'm sure Anish is going to go for the move rook e1, the main move, and there we have it. All right, so as I was going to say, white is waiting for black to play the move knight f6. If you play knight f6, white is going to play e5, knight d5, then c4, gaining a lot of space, and then d4, and after takes, black has the bishop pair, but the bishop pair isn't super active just yet. White wants to go queen h4, bishop h6, knight c3, and has very pleasant development. So Hikaru makes this waiting move, queen to c7. He's delaying the development of this knight. So now let's see what Anish is going to do. He could play c3, followed by d4, but he could also play it very quiet with the move d3. And here Hikaru has a lot of options. He could go e5, put a pawn in the center, develop the knight e7, or play knight f6 as well, because the move queen c7 should count for something. But let's see what Anish is going to do. Yes, today it is just me and you guys. So we're going to send Hikaru as much energy as we can, you guys. That is not on me. That is not on me. But let me let's see. Yeah, we're gonna, yes, and there it is. We flipped the live board. Sorry for the confusion, you guys. All right, so let's see what Anish is going to do here. I mean, c3 followed by d4. Again, makes a lot of sense to me. d3 as well. But again, the good thing is that Anish is the first one who is out of book. I'm sure he has looked at this at some point. This line has been around for a long time. So let's see what he's going to do. Turn on the microwave. The microwave is in Norway. It's sending Hikaru the energy. Did Anish just touch a piece? I don't know, but he has just played the move d3. And now we will see what Hikaru is going to do. I'm sure he still looked at this with Lil Jon. Now, to me, the move that makes the most sense is the move d6, putting this pawn a little bit closer to the center. If you play the move e5, what white is generally going to do is try to break up our center with the move c3, followed by the move d4, because black, again, has the two bishops here, but white has a slightly better pawn structure. So we'll just have to wait and see. Hikaru is going to get back at the board any second. Right now, we have a battle of chairs. Which chair do you guys think stands better? Which chair stands better? I mean, If you look at Hikaru's chair, you can see both armrests, and if you look at Anish's chair, you only see one armrest. So I think Hikaru's chair should have the slight advantage here, and he comes back at the board with his coffee, taking a sip. So let's see what he is going to do. Is it completely lost? Yeah, black is completely winning already. Black is completely winning. We have the two bishops, so we're going to get a win here. Hikaru. Oh, Hikaru's chair is better dressed because of the jacket. Okay, he's looking to the side. He's looking at you guys. He looked right into the camera. He looked at you. So let's see what he is gonna come up with. I think, again, the move d6 makes the most sense to me. White can often sacrifice this pawn because black has a lot of double pawns here, especially the pawns on c5 and c6 are quite weak, and you can try to attack these. Hikaru looking up, so that tells me that he still looked at this with Lil Jon. So let's see which move he is going to play. Again, you can also develop the knight, but here white very often is going to play e5, go c4. The knight will here have to go back to b6, which I think is an inferior square compared to c7, and we have e5 on the board. Now I think it's very likely that Anish is going to play c3, followed by d4, and let's see what is going to happen. But Hikaru is still playing quickly. It's a very good sign. It tells us that he's still in book. Well, today we are going with these pieces. They just work a little bit better with OBS. I think, yes, he looked at you guys. He looked at you guys. e5, a nice move. Why do I think he played the Sicilian? A very easy reason. Hikaru always plays, or usually responds to e4 with the move e5, but of course Anish had that prepared. Anish, wait, what is happening? What is happening over there? Anish looked at his move. He was like, then he stood up from the board, and Hikaru looks at the ceiling. Now Anish sits down, takes off his jacket. So let's see which moves. c3, again, looks by far and large the most logical, trying to go d4 in the center. But perhaps Hikaru wants to create winning chances as well. I think again, the main reason why he played this is to avoid Anish's preparation. But I can already see Anish reaching for the c-pawn, and there we have it on the board. With the move c3, he wants to go d4 and put some pressure on Hikaru's center. So let's see what he's going to do. Anish stands up from the board. And Hikaru taking his time here. I expect him to still have looked at this, but both players seem to be a little bit on their own. So it's hard to say. Okay, that's, yeah. Anish dressed his chair to make the chair game equal again. That is true. That is true. All right, so let's see. I mean, I think c3 is on the board. It is not coming through on chess.com just yet. But I think what Hikaru could try to do is play something like knight e7. White will probably play d4. Then we are going to trade twice. We're going to castle and probably go for a very quick d5 to make use of our bishop pair. But, you know, again, white has pretty good control in the center. So it really remains to be seen how this game is going to develop. While we wait for all of these moves to come through, let's have a very quick look at what is happening in some of the other games. All right, so we have the game between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen. All the pieces still on the board. This game started as an Italian. Knight f6 inviting the fried liver. D3 was played, bishop c5. And Gukesh goes for a very quick bishop g5. Now, the interesting thing is black can always go g5 here, kick that bishop away, but g5 also weakens the black kingside a little bit, so it becomes less appealing to go for kingside castles. Queenside castles is also not the most appealing because you have already pushed this pawn, and keeping the king in the center also has its risks attached to it. So let's see what he's going to do. And hello Sornik, hello MC. Big shout out to everyone who is watching. So we have a big fight ahead of us here in the game between Gukesh and Magnus, but let's see what is going to happen. Then this game between Ariantari and Wesley So is pretty theoretical. We have the same opening we had in the game between Hikaru and Magnus, a Marshall Gambit of the Rue Lopez. A little bit surprising to me that Wesley plays this variation, because generally this is supposed to be very solid. Now, Magnus in that game played the move Queen h4, but Wesley goes for the move Rook e8. And after takes, he is threatening mate in 1, So you cannot take this bishop. It will be checkmate on the board. So knight d2 was played, queen e1, knight f1, bishop g6, and queen to d1. Played very quickly by Arjan. I have looked at this a long time ago when I was more of an e4 player, but I can't quite remember the details. After queen d1, I think in case black takes, and takes over here, if anything, black looks extremely comfortable. It's probably going to be a draw, I would say. I forgot what the move was. Perhaps it was g3, and after rook e8, there were some lines like this. I can't quite recall. Maybe bishop d1, followed by bishop to d2. But I'd say this game is probably going to end in a draw. But so far, Wesley is nothing to be worried about. In the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking. I'm sure Anish has played the move c3, but it's not showing up just yet. And then we have the game between Firouzja and Caruana. Wow, this game is looking very sharp. Caruana surprising Firouzja a little bit with the French defense on move 1. All right, so we have all of this, f4, c5, knight c3, probably the most critical move. And it's kind of interesting. This is what Caruana played with the white pieces against Magnus in round number 1. Knight to c6, b3, takes, queen b6, queen b2. So white sacrifices this pawn. And now to move knight cb5, a bit of a surprise. The main move here, by far and large, is the move bishop to b5. When knight cb5, white is attacking the queen and threatening a fork. So black has to take here, attacking the rook. White has to move the rook. Now rook b8, making sure that this is no longer a fork. Firouzja gives a check, king d8. But it's a little bit concerning to me that Firouzja has already spent a minute here, and this line has the reputation to be a little bit dubious. I think Caruana should be doing well here. I wonder, auto bishop b4 runs into knight takes c6. This move looks good, but white gives a check. You recapture, and now white can take the bishop. Thank you, G Photos. All right, so let's see what is going to happen in this game. We have a very combative game here for sure. Fabiano currently is leading the tournament by 1.5 points, but if Firouzja would beat him in this game, he would overtake him in the standings. If this game ends in a draw, Fabiano will stay in the lead, even if Firouzja wins the Armageddon. But let's see. So let's go back to Hikaru's game. Again, we have the move. I'm pretty sure c3 is on the board. It's not showing up in the relay just yet. And Hikaru is thinking. He's looking at the ceiling. So let's see what he is going to do. And there we have it. He played the move knight to f6. All right, so let's see what Anish is going to do. The move that looks the most logical is the move d4. Hikaru cannot let white take here, so he will probably take himself. Anish will recapture. I suppose he takes, and here Anish could take with a knight. He could take with the queen, but he could also play e5 first. So let's have a look at some of those options. Let's say white takes with the queen. I suppose we're going to castle. Knight g4 is an idea, taking the queen and threatening checkmate, but white, it's not threatening checkmate. That's the main thing. White is covering that square with their knight. But let's say you go knight c3. Maybe you can go, let's say, knight g4. You attack the queen, and in case of e5, I'm wondering if we can take and go d6. We open up the bishop, we win the knight back. So this is looking pretty fine for black. And finally, the relay has been updated. c3 and knight f6 is on the board. I do expect Anish to play the move d4. He can also play bishop e3 first, attacking this. I suppose Hikaru will play d6 to defend. And Anish could also play it very slow with something like h3, followed by something like knight b2, preparing d4 that way. But, you know, the knight on d2 is slightly ideally placed than the knight on c3, so d4 loses somewhat of its punch. And Hikaru here can really try to anticipate the d4 punch with moves like rook to e8. I'm staring at you. Wait, Hikaru was staring at you guys? Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, let's see what is going to happen. I mean, we have a very exciting game ahead of us. Anish goes for the move d4. I think Hikaru should take twice. Again, this is a very simple threat. You do not want to play d6, because after d6, white takes, and now these pawns are doubled and isolated, which means that they never have a neighbor to defend them. So white can play, I mean, bishop e3 might hang this pawn over here. That might not be the best move, but white can slowly but surely try to put pressure on these pawns. So I don't think you want to respond with the move d6. I think Hikaru will take and take again. Let's see what's going to happen. Again, we have the battle of chairs wearing jackets. So I'll leave it up to you guys. Which chair is better dressed? Anish's chair is wearing a gray jacket, if you will, and Hikaru's chair is wearing a black jacket. Well, I mean, the double c-pawn positions, they have their pros, but they also have their cons. I think you do not want to let white give you double isolated c-pawns. So, again, I think Hikaru should take twice, and then we will see how this game is going to develop. I mean, what Anish could do is play the move e5. Now, knight g4 is no longer as good because we do not have those tactics with d6 because our king is still in the center. So I think Hikaru will have to play knight d5. Anish will take. We will castle. Again, the move d6 comes to mind. And let's say Anish goes knight c3, threatening to take. I suppose we will take. And maybe d6 here. And, you know, our bishops are coming to life. That being said, after bishop f4, white always has the slightly better pawn structure. This pawn is isolated. White is putting some pressure here. So Hikaru has got his work cut out for him. He could also play d5. We don't have to be too concerned about white taking because we just recapture. And even though we have these split pawns on c6 and a7, our bishops more than compensate for that. All right, and we have some moves on the board. So after d4, Hikaru took, Anish took, and now Hikaru took again. Kind of what we expected. And here Anish is going for a thing. I think the moves e5 and queen takes d4 probably lead to the same thing because if you take with the queen, we're going to castle. And after e5, black still has to go for the move knight d5. Knight e8 looks a little bit passive. So I'm sure that that is what Anish is going to go for. We see him flexing his sponsor. So let's see which move he is going to play. Hikaru looking up to the ceiling once again. The big question is always what there is up there. Yes, can I explain why white unwillingly undoubled black's pawns? Well, these pawns right here, they are doubled, but they're not super weak, right? If you go bishop e3, we can always defend with the move d6. But that is why white plays the move d4. Now, if we go d6, this pawn is very weak. If white were to attack, and let's say they go here in bishop e3, it's very difficult to defend. We have to play something passive like knight at d7. Again, these pawns are weak because they are doubled and isolated. Now, the thing is, of course, Hikaru can take and undouble those pawns, but now Anish gets a little bit more play in the center. He gets his queen into the game. This knight can jump out to the c3 square. That square was not available right here because there was still a pawn. So that is really his main idea, to get quick play in the center and open up the game, because he has a very, very slight lead in development because Hikaru's king for the moment is still in the center. That is why he undoubled the pawns. He brought the... Okay. Anyway, right now Anish is still thinking, but again, if you guys have any more questions in the chat, feel free to ask. I think that was a great chat. That was a great question. So don't be shy, you guys, because it is just me and you guys today. All right, Anish recaptures with the queen. And I'm sure we're going to see a very quick castles here by Hikaru. To me, it's the only move that makes sense. So I think Hikaru should just play it, pass the ball back in Anish court, and let him think. Or let him cook, as you guys like to say. Let him cook. Let Anish try to cook up some problems. Used to look at the ceiling for school exams too. All right, Hikaru looking to the side. And he's already I can tell from his body language he's going to move, and there we have it. The move kingside castles is on the board. All right, so now is really the time for Anish to make some decisions. Is he going to go e5? Is he going to go knight c3? Bishop g5, putting pressure on the knight right away, also is a move. But here again, I think the move knight g4 is very good. We take the queen, and after e5, we always have these tactical ideas with d6. Like, let's say, taking here, and d6 to me looks completely fine. Let him cook. All right, so let's see what Anish is going to do. I think, again, we can expect a real thing here. Probability of a draw. I would say the probability of a draw is still around, I would say 90%. I'd say 90% draw. Or maybe more like 80, 80% draw, 10%, 15% win chance for Hikaru, 5% win for Anish. That's right. We gotta send him some energy. Exactly. Would I rather be white or black here? Guys, we're rooting for Hikaru, so of course we want to be black in this position. Does Anish really have the edge here? I mean, he's got a very slight initiative, so Hikaru will have to be accurate in the next couple of moves, but I think he should be doing quite fine. He's got the 2 bishops. The main question right now, though, is how we get this bishop on c8 into the game. And there we have it. We have the move knight c3 on the board by Anish. A very logical move. Now, we can play the move d6, but white plays the move bishop f4, put some pressure here, and this pawn is under pressure. So that is another point why Anish doubled the pawns. Even though black doesn't have any double pawns here, these pawns are often a little bit weak. Because again, look at this. If we put the pawn on d6, it doesn't have any pawns defending it. So after bishop f4, this pressure is a little bit annoying to deal with. So I think Hikaru should play the move knight g4, attack the queen. And in case of e5, he can sacrifice his knight temporarily, but after d6, he wins it back. So he's looking at the ceiling, checking his calculations, like, does it all work? Is this move that Benjamin is telling me, does it make sense? After knight g4, Anish can, of course, also move his queen, like, let's say here. But I think now is a much better opportunity to go for the move d6, because white is no longer putting pressure on that d-pawn with his queen. But he's reaching for a piece. I can't tell if he's reaching for the knight or for the pawn. He's looking at you guys, and he goes for the move queen to b6. What would have been wrong with c takes d4 and then d6? Well, if you take in d6, again, white's going to take, and now your bishop remains blocked in. It remains blocked in behind this pawn, so that is why Hikaru took, to open up the scope of this bishop, and here you still have these split pawns. All right, let's see, Hikaru did play that move kind of quickly, so maybe queen b6 is still part of his preparation. But let's see what is going to happen. He's offering the trade of queens. Anish could, of course, avoid it with a move like queen d6, also making it more difficult for us to develop. And maybe no, bishop b3, hitting the queen, potentially sacrificing this pawn. He can take himself, but I don't think we have to be too worried about this. This fixes our pawn structure in a way, and we get the open a-fall for our rook. Why am I there? I'm not Norwegian. You know? Arjan Tari, he got a bit of a wild card from the organizers because he's the #2 in Norway. But, and to be fair, it's of course always easier to sit here and talk about the games than play them myself. But without queens, it's even, well, I wouldn't quite say so. I mean, I guess that definitely has some truth to it. There's still a lot of play left in this endgame. All right, so let's see what Hikaru is looking at the board through the screen. That is right. That is right. All right, and Anish takes on b6, a little bit surprising to me. Again, we can safely assume that Hikaru is going to recapture with the pawn. And I think the only move that Anish could try here for an advantage is the move e5. Our knight doesn't have a great square, and in fact, it has already been played. The problem of the move, and Hikaru blitzed out the move knight e8. I don't know if this is still his preparation or he knows that this is the right move. I mean, knight e5 is possible, but here we get the double isolated pawns. This pawn is weak, so not looking too pretty. I mean, if you go to g4, your knight gets pushed around as well. This isn't ideal, so knight e8 makes perfect sense. Hikaru will just have to figure out how he's going to get this bishop into the game. But I think if he gets one move, if he gets the move d6 in, he should be doing pretty fine. Anish only draws in classical games. Let's have a look at his... Yeah, he made a draw in the first round against Noterbeck, won the Armageddon. He made a draw in the second game against Fabiano, lost the Armageddon. And he made a draw in the third round against Wesley So and won the Armageddon. So far, only draws, but I mean, I think it's a little bit unfair that Anish has this reputation of being a drawish player. I mean, he's very combative, as far as I know, but I think sometimes he goes wrong in a critical moment. But he tries. But let's see what is going to happen here. Anish plays the move bishop b3, which makes a lot of sense, attacking this pawn over here. Now, it's always hard to say. Maybe this is still what he has looked at. This pawn is a little bit vulnerable. Hikaru cannot play the move b5 because bishop c5 will be very unpleasant. We have to give pawn with d6. And actually, we even lose the exchange because if you go knight f6, I can go d7 and takes here. And I don't know, this looks winning for white. So I think we have to defend the pawn with the move rook a6. But now let's say white plays rook a1, rook a to d1. I guess we can untangle ourselves with the move f6. We really want to get rid of this pawn because then we can move this pawn up and our bishop is free to move. But right now that is a little bit difficult. I mean, we can also go d6 and try to undermine the e pawn as well. Like let's say white goes a4, we go d6. White still has some pressure. They have some ideas like, let's say here, takes a5. And if you take bishop c5, I don't know. hard to say how to deal with this, because here again, our rook is trapped. The good thing here, though, is that we will get a lot of pawns in return, so I don't think we have to be too worried. But let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I mean, to me, the move rook a6 looks like the best move. You don't want to go... Well, I was going to say you don't want to go rook b8, because the rook is passive here. The rook is just staring at its own pawn. But if you go rook a6, the rook remains on the open file. So this is the more active way to defend that one. Have I ever played Anish? Yes, I've played him a couple times in classical chess. I think the only times we've played were at the Dutch Championship in 2010 and 2015. I've also... Or no, I played him once in the Dutch League as well. I believe my score against him is half a point out of 3. So, yeah, again, I can tell he's a strong player. So let's see what is going to happen. Are players allowed to have snacks during the games? I'm sure that they have some snacks there. Hikaru is gone again. So the big question is where he is. Is he... Again, there we see Anish walking around. I mean, maybe Hikaru went to get a little drink, maybe a little snack, or, you know, just put some water in his face. Those are the usual suspects when players are away from the board. Or maybe he's in the confession box, who knows? But I think it's a little bit early to do that. I think a good phase to hop into the confession box is right after the opening stage. Then you can be like, well, you know, I think this and that. I think I've got a fine position out of the opening, or, you know, I earned the confession booth. Yeah, the confession booth is what it's called. Yes, the most organizers don't like if you have snacks at the table, because they feel like it looks a little bit unprofessional. He's probably watching MasterChef without us. He's probably watching the stream. All right. Does Anish play a niche opening? I mean, I would say the Rosalimo is a top tier opening. I would say it's a niche opening. So let's see what he's going to do. What about f4? F4 looks like a great move, strengthening that pawn on e5, but it's illegal. So I don't think that's what Anish is going to play. Right now, for Hikaru, f4 is also an illegal move, so I don't think that is what is going to happen. And yes, I'm from the Netherlands. Does Anish play a niche opening? Yes, because he played it. Does Anish go for anything else but draws? When he's playing with white, he is fighting for the win. He's fighting for the win. He is trying, but of course, even if you try, doesn't mean that you manage. So sometimes games still end in a draw. Hikaru is watching Ben's idea for the next move. Yeah, rook a6 makes the most sense. Rook a6 is an unusual square for the rook. That is right, but as we speak, it has already been played. Again, this is by far and large the most logical move to defend the pawn. Again, if you go b5, this hangs in exchange. The rook is trapped. c5 is not a great move either, because it allows the knight to jump into d5, putting pressure here. And if you go rook ba, your rook is passive, staring behind the pawn. Exactly, but his pawns have already been undoubled, and rook a6 on the board. Now we have seen Hikaru play knight e8 and rook a6 play very quickly, so perhaps he is still in his preparation. 14 minutes, of course, it looks like a lot of time, but sometimes for these players, they're still remembering their prep, because sometimes their preparation is extremely deep, so we really cannot underestimate how far they have prepared. Do I think Anish was geared up for this game? I don't know what that means, but of course, yes. The e8 knight is going to help eliminate the d-pawn. I think he wants to go for the move d6, get this straight in, so then he can move his bishop out again. I think that makes a lot of sense. Anish grabbing the mountain water, refreshing himself a little bit. But let's see which one he is going to go for. Thank you, Pietro. I mean, I'm just out here having fun with you guys. At what point do you determine a draw? As a beginner, it's hard to know when the game is a draw. I would say, especially for you guys, fight it out till the very end. Fight it out till the very end. If you think there are still chances, keep fighting. Keep fighting, because especially at lower levels, your opponent can still make mistakes. So keep fighting. I would say a very good rule, if you want to improve in the game of chess, a very good rule that you can set yourself is to forbid yourself from offering draws. Just fight it out till the very end. I mean, if you win or lose, That's how you are going to learn the most, instead of making draws in 10 moves. Anish is sleeping. Well, he's just taking it easy. He's looking at the board. He's wondering what his options are. He could play something like rook e1, making it more difficult for us to get in move d6. But we can break with the move f6, getting our knight out into the game like this, opening up the scope for bishop. And now we can follow up with the move d5, getting this pawn in the center. Our bishop can finally move out, and I think Hikaru's got nothing to worry about here. No need to move quickly here. Yes, they have a lot of time. They have a lot of time. They are already on move 15. They are already in the endgame. So I think the player shouldn't try to play too quickly here. I think rather they should prioritize trying to find finding the best moves here. What do you mean? Would rook a6 still be better than rook b8 if white had his... Yeah, I mean, if white had a light square bishop, let's say on c2, they could go here and attack our rook, but now that is not an issue as well. What was the last time Hikaru was out of the top 10 on the rating list? I think Hikaru was outside of the top 10 before he made his comeback. So I think before the Grand Prix in February 2022, he was out of the top 10. I think it was number 19 or 18 or so on the world ranking list, but he did very well in that tournament. I don't know if he moved right back into the top 10 there. He went up to he went from 2736 up to 2750. Then he did well in his next tournament, gained another 10 points, went up to 2760. And I think when he got up to 2760, he was back in the top 10. But yeah, he's been doing amazing recently. Right now, he's up to number 3 in the world rankings. And we talked about this the other day. I mean, if excuse me, Fabiano won yesterday, so now Fabiano is the number 3 again. But the highest rated player on the list of January 2024 automatically qualifies to the candidate. So that is definitely an opportunity for Hikaru to make it in. Unfortunately, he told us that he is not going to play the World Cup. Very unfortunate, because I think the World Cup is his best chance. He's very good in a knockout format. He's extremely tough to beat, and he only gets better when they go into the tie breaks, when the time control gets shorter. And there are 3 spots up for grabs for the World Cup, but he's made his decision. He's not going to play the World Cup. He's going to play the Grand Swiss, and in the Grand Swiss, there are 2 places up for grabs as well. All right, so let's see what... now he's top 5. Yes, he... well, the day before yesterday, after he's won his game, he moved up to number 3, but then Fabiano won his game as well. He can, though, because... Oh, really? Really? Is that a rule, Lucas? I didn't know. Yeah, he was number 19, but he did very well there. He also gained some points in the Classical. He's been gaining points in every tournament he's played. Again, in the candidates, he gained another 8 points or so. Then he gained another 7 in the American Cup. And in the meantime, we have a move by Anish. We see the move rook 81. So he's stopping us from playing the move d6. Now, I think what makes a lot of sense here, again, is to go for the move f6, trying to undermine the pawn this way. Now, if white takes, we can recapture with the knight, get our pawn to d5, and we should be doing fine. But maybe what Anish can play is play something like bishop f4. And this is very instructive, because very often you would rather have your opponent trade than trade yourself. Because here's the thing. If Anish trades himself, he only improves the placement of Hikaru's pieces. This knight wants to come back to f6. But with the move bishop f4, Anish is inviting Hikaru to trade, because now if Hikaru trades, he's improving the placement of Anish's pieces. So very important rule. Make sure to keep that in mind. And yes, the Grand Swiss is going to be on the Isle of Man. Yeah. Yeah, I think definitely Hikaru's improvement came from being less stressed, a little bit more relaxed. Also, what's great for him right now is that he can really choose his tournaments. He said before on stream that before he felt like he had to, he was on the road 200 days out of the year, constantly traveling across the ocean. It gets a little bit tiring, and now it's nice for him that he can just chill at home, stream for you guys, and play tournament from time to time. And then when he does play a tournament, he's well prepared, he's very fresh, and he can give it his all. So that is why he doesn't like playing tournaments back to back. Like some of these guys, this is their job, this is their profession. So that is kind of what they feel like they have to do. Chess.com usually. It's a very good question, calculus teacher. I mean, there's different platforms. Every platform has their pros and cons. We see Hikaru reaching for a piece. I'm sure he's going to play the move f6. And again, I wonder if the players are still in their preparation or not. We saw a very slight head bob there, or Hikaru just knows that f6 is the right move. I mean, he can move out the knight, but this looks a little bit passive because I don't see exactly how you're going to entangle here. But I can play something like a3, make sure this pawn is not hanging, and then maybe knight e4 to d6. So let's see what he is going to do. Can I see the best moves right now? I can read Hikaru's mind. He's looking at the board, looking at his coffee. I think YouTube will, yeah, YouTube definitely has the biggest user base. That being said, Twitch has been known as the live streaming platform, but Twitch has its issues as well. Again, there's the ads. They take a big percentage off of the streamers, and yeah. So again, every platform has its pros and cons. Are there ads on a YouTube stream? I think there are, but I'm not even sure. There must be yes, of course, a downside for Hikaru is that he is studying less chess. As he was saying before, as a full-time professional chess player, he was studying something like at least 8 hours a day. I don't know the exact number. Now he's studying a couple hours a day, but his main focus is on streaming and on creating YouTube videos, things of that nature. And there we have the move f6 on the board. But I can tell you guys from my personal experience, I mean, more goes into it than just clicking go live. Of course, there's also a lot of business that goes on behind the scenes. So that's those are all things he has to deal with. And some of the other guys, they just play chess. So they study chess, they play chess. That is what they do. But of course, if that is the one thing you do, you also put a little bit more pressure on yourself, because if you only play chess, you want to do well, right? All right. Anyway, we have f6 on the board. Ben Feingold. I hope he can make an exception for this one. And yeah, so indeed, people are asking in the chat, Hikaru has his second Lil Jon with him. So really the main benefit of a second is that Hikaru can rest before the games. Let's say it's late at night, Hikaru can just go to sleep, but Lil Jon can still do some preparation. Because Chris Lil Jon doesn't have to play the game, so he can prepare as much as he wants to. He rests when Hikaru plays the game, and that's when Hikaru has to put in the work. Why not Big John? Because Lil Jon, it's he gives him that energy, like, yeah. All right, anyway. I think we've made that joke plenty of times here. What? Okay. Yeah, I watch Hikaru stream from time to time. Yeah, it's always a good time here to hang out in the chat, and it's nice to be on the other end here and interact with you guys. All right. Okay. Yeah, I stream here as well on Kick and on Twitch. Okay, so let's see what Anish is going to do. Perhaps this is the first real time he's out of book. But again, like, if players look to the side, and especially when they close their eyes, they're like, oh, what did I look at here? And some of you guys might be wondering, why do players close their eyes? The thing is, they are trying to re-visualize the chess-based file in their head. And if they're looking at the board, that is kind of distracting, because they're trying to visualize, like, what did it look like on my computer right now? And if they look at the board, they see a different position. Why did Hikaru choose a low-rated player on as his second? It's a very good question. I mean, perhaps you guys can ask him about that as well. He's the only player, as far as I know, that does not have a GM as a second, but he already has been working with Chris Littlejohn since 2009, or maybe even earlier. But I remember his name already being around since then. It's very unusual, but he feels like Chris can work very well with computers, and that's the only thing he needs to do. Chris just needs to get him good positions, and then Hikaru can work his magic. You're our favorite commentator now that the microwave retired. Wait, I thought you guys loved the microwave. Yeah, well, sometimes, yeah, I teach you guys good words in Dutch, but occasionally when I blunder in Title Tuesdays, I let a bad word slip as well. Just kidding, that never happens. Anyway, yeah, Lil Jon has great IT knowledge and skills, exactly. What are the rules of this tournament? This tournament has a very interesting format, they use the soccer scoring system. So if you win your game in classical, you get 3 points. If you draw your game in classical, both players get 1 point. And if you win the Armageddon, you get an additional half a point. And if you lose the classical, you get 0 points. So just to recap that real quick, if you win in classical, 3 points, draw in classical and win in Armageddon, 1.5. And if you draw in classical and lose the Armageddon, you get 1 point. Sorry for saying soccer. I am just trying to keep the Americans happy here. Yeah, soccer, football, that's the scoring system they have here. Yes, it's very much like the football/soccer point system. How is Hikaru's assistant? I think he's doing well. Again, like I said, he's probably just chilling right now. Again, before the game is when his second puts in the most work, and during the game, that's of course Hikaru, and during the game, his second is resting. Well, I think here's the thing. Anish needs to be accurate here if he wants to keep a small advantage. If he comes up with some good moves here, Hikaru will still have to play accurately here to equalize. But if Anish doesn't find the critical continuation, I think Hikaru is going to be completely fine. I expect to move bishop f4. Hikaru speaks American. Bishop d4 is a move as well, but now there's the move c5, attacking the bishop. If you move the bishop back, you lose a pawn. And again, generally, we do not mind this trade because our knight moves in the game right away. Are there incidents when you misremember your opening variation in a classical game and you get a bad position like Alireza right now? That happens all the time. That happens all the time to players, and we see it even at the highest level. Very often what happens is that players confuse the move order. They're like, okay, is it bishop f4 here or is it rook a1 here? And again, that's very often where they mess up. Is Hikaru in the confession booth? Let me check right now. I don't see him in a confession booth, so I don't think he's there, but who knows? Yes, let's have a very quick look at the Fabiano game. A couple people have asked for it in the chat. All right, in the meantime, this game between Tari and Wesley. I mean, Wesley is doing completely fine. If anything, he's slightly for choice, let's say after f5, followed by king to f7. So I think the move queen to d1 by Aryan was a little bit too timid, giving Wesley a little bit too much respect. And yeah, he just has to fight for a draw right now with the white pieces. I think he will make it, but you know, if anything, black is better because his pieces are slightly better placed. But let's have a look. So again, knight cb5, taking the pawn, rook d1, rook b8. We check over here, king d8, and the knight jumps back, and knight to c5. A nice move by Fabiano. He wants to go knight e4, attacking the queen. And if the queen moves, then you give a check over here or something, which is quite awkward to deal with. And that is why Firouzja played the move bishop d3, stopping knight e4, because now he can just take. But this gives Fabiano the opportunity to take. Of course, Alireza does not want to take with the pawn, because now he's going into an endgame, down 2 pawns, and this is, quite frankly, probably just lost. So he takes with the queen. He has to keep the pieces on the board to try to come up with some counter chances. I would say Fabiano is better, but it's not easy at all, because his king is stuck in the center, and Alireza is going to castle on the next move. His king will be nicely tucked away. That being said, Fabiano, of course, he's up 2 pawns. Yeah, it is true. It is true. I mean, no joke. Some of these professional players, they study chess, I kid you not, like 12 hours a day. 12 hours a day. And that's what they like to do. They are obsessed with the game. I mean, I can tell you guys from my own personal experience, I've had training camps with Anish. He spends a lot of time, a lot of time on chess. And I think he just does it because he's just obsessed with the game. It's not so much discipline, or it's just his love for the game. That's why he spends so much time on it. But yeah, it's of course, in that sense, for some people, for some of these players, it's a dream job, but it also requires a lot of work. Anyway, so we're gonna see what's going to happen here in this game between Alireza and Fabiano. This game again is super critical for the standings in the tournament. Why do Top Jam like playing standings instead of playing the mainline Wien Hour? I think Fabiano just feels, well, the thing is this. Why does Fabiano play this line? Let's look at it real quick. So he plays the French. Now, the critical continuation against the French is the move knight c3. There's a move knight e2 as well, and a move e5, but knight c3 is the critical move, and the move we probably can expect from Alireza. Now, you can play bishop b4, but bishop b4 allows some options from white. But after knight f6, again, you're narrowing white's options. There's the move bishop g5 as well, but e5 by far and large is the main move. Now after knight fd7, again, f4 is the main move. c5, knight f3 is, again, sort of, you're very likely to get this position. And after takes queen b6, the move queen e2 kind of is white's only critical try for an advantage. So he's making it very, very forcing to give Alireza less options. And so he has a very good idea of what he can expect to get on the board. And we see Alireza, he wants to jump out with the move knight cb5, but it is perhaps an inaccuracy. Bishop b5, again, is by far the main move. Yes, today it is just me and in the chat. So that is why Fabiano went into this line. Also, this line is very sharp. If white forgets a move, he can easily get into a worse position. And that is what happened in the game. That being said, I would be surprised if Fabiano repeats this line. I think he just wants to play this once to surprise Alireza, but I don't think he's going to repeat it. In the meantime, Anish is still thinking after the move f6. Did Hikaru already play? Yes, Hikaru played the move f6, and right now the ball is in Anish's court. In the meantime, this game between Shaq and Noiterbeck is looking very dry. We've had a Queen's Gambit accepted, e5, knight f3. They trade the queens, defending the pawn. And we see trade here. Again, very dry stuff. I think this game is very likely to end in a draw. If anything, maybe white is a very slight plus because they have more space in the center and on the king side. Do I think Hikaru will pass 2790 again? Very likely, very likely. Right now he's up to 2780. He would just have to win 2 or 3 games in this tournament, so I think it's very much likely. Yeah. Thank you, Casco. It's always a pleasure to be here. Do I think Fabi has the best performance this tournament? Fabiano is leading the tournament right now. He scored 2.5 out of 3. He's beaten Magnus with the white pieces, but no, I don't think he's got the best performance. No. I think right now the player with the best performance is Ariantari. Ariantari, of course, is the player with the best performance because he's in last place. Yeah. Thank you, Cameron. No, of course I'm kidding you guys. I mean, Fabiano, of course, he has the best performance. He's leading the tournament. He's beaten Magnus. Yeah, no, of course, Ariane, he's a good friend of mine. I made a bit of a joke there, but of course, I hope that he will do well and he will get some points on the board. Exactly. I expect. No, it's not a roast, guys. It's not. I didn't mean that as a roast. Again, Ariane, he's a friend of mine. I've met him in many tournaments. Very friendly guy. And again, I just hope for him that he will get some points on the board. I just took him because he's in last place. So let's see what is going to happen. Hard to hear this. Yeah, I'm sorry. At least Aryan has his incredible looks. Yeah, that is the thing. Like, Anish, he posted a picture on Twitter. He was like, who is actually a professional player in this tournament, right? I mean, we have a poker player. We have a fashion designer. Aryan Tari, he's a model. Of course, a streamer. So, who even plays chess full-time these days. Anyway, let's see what is going to happen here. I think he will probably take an e6. Anish, by the way, deep in the tank. He knows, like, okay, if there is something, he's got to prove it right now. If he doesn't prove it right now, the game is just going to end in a draw. So yeah, let's see what he's going to do. Oh, by the way, we also have the game between Gukesh and Magnus. Very interesting imbalance here. So we left off in this position. Magnus played the move bishop d7, a little bit passive. Gukesh goes for this move at knight a3. He wants to go knight c2, maybe like knight e3, but he's giving Magnus the opportunity to take here and double white's pawns. So Magnus has the better pawn structure, but Gukesh has the bishop pair, and especially this pin over here is very unpleasant. Yes, Fabiano the podcaster, exactly. If you play the move g5, you know what Gukesh is going to do? He is going to go boom, because takes, and f4 is coming very quickly. This is looking extremely dangerous. I don't think Magnus should be going for this at all. But then the question is, how does he go from here? He cannot really move this knight, because if he moves this knight, he's allowing Gukesh to take here, and weaken his pawn structure on the king side. So I'm like takes knight h4, followed by a4, queen h5. Looks very unpleasant to deal with. Anish, he's a course. He's a course author. Maybe what Magnus could do is king h7. And the idea is like, he's waiting for Gukesh to make a move. Let's say white goes here. And now maybe g5, because takes. He's got rook g8 right away, followed by perhaps a quick rook to g6. So I think that makes a lot of sense. At any rate, we have all of the pieces on the board here, and that is really what we want to see. Exactly. If a podcaster, fashion designer, and streamer sharing top 3 in this tournament. That's right. Anish in the meantime still. Oh, Hikaru in the confession booth. Oh yeah, let's see if we can pull it up. See if we can pull up Hikaru in the confession booth. Would be awesome to hear his thoughts. Oh, better let me flip the board here. Yeah, Hikaru's probably saying something along the lines of, yeah, we're out of the opening. I think I'm doing okay here. Anish has to prove something in the next couple of moves. If he doesn't, the game is likely going to end in a draw. That's my prediction. But let's, of course, hear what are his thoughts. Yes, the confessional booth is real. It is real. It's not made up. So let's see if we can pull it up real soon. Yes, he's in the confession booth. All right. Okay. We just need a little bit of time, but let's try to pull it up really soon. Again, I'm kind of curious what Anish is thinking about. Right now, Hikaru is threatening to take this pawn over here. So you can take, you can also defend the pawn with someone like bishop 4. Bishop c1 looks a little bit passive, so I doubt it's really a very testing move. I wonder if e6 is a move, with the idea that if we take, there's rook d8, but I guess knight c7 holds everything together, and black is up a very healthy pawn. So yeah, let's see what Anish is going to do right now. He's down 15 minutes on the clock, which isn't very significant just yet because we are in the endgame. They have already made 16 moves, but perhaps at some point it could become a factor. It's a Hikaru's been in there for a while. Well, I'm really curious to hear his thoughts. But I see a tweet here on Twitter by Hikaru's chair. GM Benjamin Bach is wondering who has the better chair, at GMHikaru or at Anish Giri. That is indeed the question. Okay. Okay, Hikaru's in the confessional booth. I wonder if he's breaking down all of the other games, but let's hope we can pull it up really soon. Okay, so the most interesting games so far are Fabiano and Ferrugia. Okay, and I think Hikaru finally is done in the confession booth. So let's try to pull it up if we can. He did a quick summary of all of the games. All right. Okay. Anyway, it looks like we are finally ready to And welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of Norway chess. Anish isn't still in the tank. He's been thinking for like 30 minutes. We just saw an interview of Hikaru. Hikaru thinks that it really depends on the next couple of moves whether Anish is able to put any pressure or not. He thinks, if not, the game might end in a short draw. But I think so far Hikaru doesn't really have anything to worry about. He's got the 2 bishops. He just played the move S6, trying to undermine white center. So let's see what Anish is going to play here. Again, I'm a little bit surprised that he's thinking for so long. The move pawn takes f6 doesn't look critical to me at all. We will capture with the knight, get this back into the game, then we can play d5 or maybe c5, gain some space on that side of the board, and eventually there should be a way to bring that bishop back in again. Yeah, Hikaru's went to get coffee, he did an interview, he went sightseeing in Norway, got to see the Northern Lights. And finally, we have a move by Anish. He played the move bishop to d4. All right, so let's say Hikaru plays the move c5 here, which looks like the most logical move to me, attacking the bishop. If the bishop moves back, we can take here. I think the only move for Anish is to take over here. Although you could play knight d5, giving up the bishop, but going for a fork over here. But this, again, it probably all leads... although, maybe here there's still some issues. It should all lead to a draw somehow, because this pawn is always hanging. So let's say after c5, Anish is probably going to take, then we recapture, this bishop is on attack. This looks completely fine to me, we put pressure on the knight. But maybe bishop e5 for Anish, and now there are some options. I mean, d5 is moved, bishop e7. I think this one is just going to end in a draw, like something like, let's say d5, Anish takes, we take, white takes, we take here. And I think Hikaru is completely fine here, so I think we can be pretty happy about this move. Or happy is a strong word, but we have nothing to worry about. I think it's very likely that what Hikaru said in the confession booth is gonna play out. I think it's very likely that this game is going to end in a draw. It's going to peter out in the next couple of moves. Yeah, Hikaru has been working out. He's looking pretty good. He is now looking at the board. I'm sure that he wants to go for the move c5, attacking the bishop. We see Anish sit down, put on his jacket again. So right now, Hikaru's chair is the better dressed chair again. We see Anish looking at his can, takes a little sip, and he's wondering, like, hey, I think he probably wants to get another one. It looks a little bit empty. We see Hikaru, doing something with his fingers, but I can tell he's looking ready to move. I think he will go for the move c5. It looks very logical. He's sitting back in his chair. So let's see what he is going to do. People are saying blunder. Blunder. Let's see. Again, I think Hikaru's got nothing to worry about. It's too early to say like he's better or anything, but after c5, I really do not see the issue. And I would be surprised if he doesn't play it, because we want white to take here. And with the move c5, we force that trade. Now, to be fair, we have weakened the d5 square, but we can get the move d5 in anyway. If we get in d4, we're doing very well with our bishop pair. And if white takes, again, we take and take on a2. And if anything, black is slightly better here. So I'm sure that is the move Hikaru is going to go for. Is like, okay, c5, take, bishop e5. But he decided to take on e5. Now, perhaps he went for this move because he expected the move bishop f4, and he thought, okay, after bishop f4, I'm going to take, and we reach the same position anyway, right? So he went for takes in d5. All played very quickly. I think this is okay as well. He wants to go for bishop g4, take this knight over here, but I think c5 was a little bit better. Now Anish stands up from the board again, taking off his jacket, equalizing the chair game. He's like, okay, chair, now you're well dressed again, and he's sitting down. So let's see which move he is going to play. I mean, h3 makes sense, creating some love for the king and stopping us from playing bishop to g4. Is that sparkling water? I have still water right here, but I don't know what kind of water they have. Some sort of Norwegian mountain water. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, maybe this... Wait, is this Ali Reza versus Prague? I don't know. Let me have a look. If this is indeed that game. Okay. I don't know which. I mean, if you guys have a link to the game, I hope maybe you guys can put it in the chat. I hope the mods will allow that. But I guess again, this is sort of to get back into his preparation, because the move bishop before probably was more expected, and then you take and go d5 anyway. It should, well, I don't know. I wonder if drinking beer is even allowed. Maybe it might not even be allowed. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it's banned. But of course, you only hurt yourself by drinking at the board. Yeah, it's canned water. It's canned water, as far as I know. In the meantime, let's see what is going to happen here. Anish in the tank again. So let's have a look at some of the other games. Wesley, so I like how he's pushing this endgame. Let's have a look, you guys. I think this is very instructive. Right around here, this endgame looks pretty even, right? Both sides have a rook, they have a bishop, and they both have a knight. But look at Wesley's pieces. This rook on e4 is slightly more active than this rook on d1. His knight on d5, slightly more active than the knight on f1. Or, I guess, the bishops are pretty much comparable. The rooks are fine as well, but this knight on d5 is clearly more active than this knight on f1. But how does Wesley proceed here in this endgame? He goes f5, gaining some space on the king side, also potentially preparing to move f4, kicking that bishop away so he can get access to the second rank. Arjan goes g3, king f7, he slowly brings the king closer to the center, and now he goes for the excellent move a5, king f3, and a4. He's gaining more space on this side of the board, and if you're not careful here with white, what Wesley wants to do is play the move a3, attack this pawn, because if you move this pawn, you're going to lose the pawn on c3. Right? Like here, you lose this, or, well, this hangs this bishop, but the pawn on c3 is terribly weak. After bishop e5, there's no good way to defend this. So now, what can Arjan do about that? He could play a move like rook d3, but it looks a little bit clumsy. He can, of course, play the move a3 himself. But the drawback of the move a3 is that now these pawns are fixed on dark squares, and these bishops are on dark squares, and you want to put your pawns on the opposite color of the bishop, and that is what Wesley did with these moves a5, a4, and with the move f5. Now, also, he can potentially maybe swing his knight around to the c4 square, where it will always put pressure on the pawn on b2. Right now, it's not quite feasible, but I think Wesley has got pretty decent chances to still create something here with the black piece. I mean, maybe something like g6, gaining a bit of space on that side of the board. So let's see what is going to happen here. I mean, it's still most likely that this will end in a draw, but Wesley is pushing with the black pieces. Also, he's up 15 minutes on the clock. All right, so that is what is happening here. As Hikaru said in the confessional, Magnus is taking some risks with the black pieces. He's given Gukesh these double pawns over here in exchange for the bishop pair. But I like what Gukesh is going for here. He plays the move d4, threatening a fork with the move d5, forking the bishop and the knight. You cannot take, because white will play rook b2, attacking the bishop, and if the bishop moves back, then you have d5. Although, apparently this is possible. Your bishop and knight are forked, but you can move the bishop here. And if you take, the bishop is under attack and the bishop cannot move because then the rook is hanging. In the meantime, Anish has moved. Anish has traded bishops on g7. Now, I think Hikaru should take with the knight. If you take with the king, this check over here looks extremely unpleasant. You cannot block with the rook because you hang your knight. If you go forward, you hang this pawn over here. And so Hikaru has already quickly recaptured with the knight. Again, the main question is really, how far did Hikaru's preparation go? And the only way to find out is to ask him after the game. We see the move 95 by Anish, attacking this pawn on c6, bishop e7. I think Hikaru is still in preparation. He's playing these moves very quickly, even though they look like the best moves, the speed by which he's playing them are giving it away, at least for me. But bishop e7, good move defending this pawn. c5 was not available because it hangs this pawn on d5. b5 is a move, but the pawns are now a little bit stuck. Let's say white goes a3. And we've talked about this before, you guys. You do not want to put your pawns on the same color of your bishop, because then you easily can get blocked. So that's why he goes bishop e7. Now, he potentially has the idea to play something like c5, giving up this pawn. I don't know if this is good, probably not, but you get back this pawn on a2. But white has some initiative here on the king side with knight d7, attacking the rook. This rook is swinging in, so I think it's better to avoid this. Perhaps instead he should move out this knight again first. So let's see what's going to happen. Hikaru is up 30 minutes on the clock, but I don't think it is very significant right now. The game is very simplified. If there were a lot more pieces on the board, 30 minutes definitely counts for something, but also given the fact that they have already played 20 moves, the time should not be an issue for Anish. The only issue, the one issue there is potentially is that, if this game does get out of hand, then having an extra 30 minutes on the clock will be to Hikaru's advantage. All right. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how clipping works here either. So let's see what Anish is going to do. A move that makes sense to me is to move a3, make sure this pawn is never hanging on the a file. But now Hikaru has the time to play something like rook e8, contesting the e file, maybe knight f5, and he should be doing pretty okay here. So let's see what is going to happen. All right, so we'll leave this game for what it is right now. In the meantime, this game between Firouzja and Caruana is still in full swing after the trade on d3. Fabiano played the move bishop d7, and I'm really surprised that Firouzja played the move knight to d6 voluntarily. Why not just castles? Why not just castles? Keep the game going. It looks like, black is probably better, but white definitely has some compensation here. But knight d6, now Fabiano just takes, goes queen to c4, offering the trade of queens. Queen d2 by white, he wants to keep the queens on the board, of course. And there's no easy way for black to simplify the position, but the king on d8 really is not that unsafe. You can go for something like f6, and after castles... Oh, wait, sorry, castles is not even available, because the queen is covering that square. But I was going to say the idea really is to go maybe king e8, put the king on f7, where it looks much more harmonious. And I think Fabiano has got great chances to win this game as well. And if he wins this game, he will take a very early and significant lead in the tournament. Of course, with the 3-point system, there's always a chance to come back, but it's not going to be easy for his competitors to catch up with him. So let's see how Firouzja will try to fight back in this game. But I think, theoretically speaking, Fabiano is already winning. I think if he plays this accurately, he should win the game. He should win the game, especially at this level. So let's see if he will. But if there is someone who can create chances out of nowhere, it is Alireza Firouzja. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. In the meantime, Magnus played the move bishop to g4, sidestepping the fork. Now the ball is back in Gukash's camp. He could take on c6, then he could trade the queens. However, the knight is pinned, so you cannot take. You could take over here with the idea that in case black recaptures, you can take here and take an e5. You have some pressure on the bishop, so black cannot take here. It looks a little bit unpleasant for black. If anything, white is better. But after pawn takes white, I mean, you can trade on b1, but now white also gets out of the pin. So not easy for Magnus. I mean, after d takes e5, or sorry, takes and d takes e5, Gukash should have a very slight risk-free advantage. Yeah, it looks like Fabiano is getting back into top shape again. He won the Super Bad Classic in Romania. Now he's leading this tournament. He's on 2.5 out of 3, and he looks to be in great shape to potentially win this game as well. So let's see if he can put this one away. All right. So yeah, let's see what is going to happen. We also have the game between Noderbeck and Shaq Majarov, but this game, again, it's looking pretty even Steven. We see some trades on e6, king c2, Noderbeck gaining some space, and knight g4, initiating some more trades. I mean, I think black should be doing completely fine, and perhaps Shaq needs to be a little bit careful, because black has this majority on the queen side. The knight is pretty active, and for the moment, black is threatening a fork. Not very easy to deal with that one. So let's see what he is going to do. All right. Yeah, I mean, you could go rook e1, for example, stopping this fork, but then you hang the pawn. I mean, I guess all of this should peter out into a draw, but black is pretty active over here. So we'll see if Noderbeck will manage to cook up some chances, and if he can let him cook. I think it's most likely it's just going to end in a draw. Yes, I think Gukash should push for the win. He's a young and ambitious player, so I think that's what he will do here. I mean, I think it's still most likely that this game will end in a draw, but he will probably try to push. Hikaru has been, yes, he knows you guys are here. He knows you guys are here, sending him energy, and he just soaks it in. So that's what you guys have to keep doing. Because again, all of these games are important, because if he makes it to there is a chance he could qualify by rating. And the good thing for Hikaru is also that let's say even if Fabiano has a higher rating than him, but Fabiano qualifies through the World Cup, then a spot passes on. I'm not 100% sure on that. Let me check on that real quick. Let me read up on the regulations. Let me check. Highest rating. Yes, so the qualifier by rating is the highest rated player by standard rating as of January 1st, 2024, not qualified via one of the other 4 paths, provided that the player has played at least 4 FIDE circuit tournaments with standard time control and who is not qualified by any other qualifier path. Former world champion Magnus Carlsen has a large rating lead, 68 points as of the May 2023 rating list, over the next higher rated players who may compete for the spot, let's say Alvarez Ferrugia, making Carlsen the probable rating qualifier. However, Carlsen has stated that he lacks motivation to play classical chess because of blah blah blah. Yeah, he's probably not going to play in the candidates tournament. So for Hikaru to qualify to the candidates by rating, he would need to have the highest rating by January 1st, 2024. But being the number 2 or 3 could be good enough as well, or even number 4. Can't know. This tournament is just a private tournament. It's not part of the qualification cycle. Now I wonder what those FIDE circuit tournaments are. Let me see if we can look it up. All right, so looking at the FIDE circuit. It's a little bit odd. I think the American Cup was not part of the FIDE circuit, which is really surprising. Yeah, that's really odd. I don't know why it wouldn't be. But yeah, weird things happen from time to time. It's really odd. Like I was on that FIDE circuit earlier on because I won the Spring Chess Classic in St. Louis, but now I do not see my own name. So I don't know. It's just really weird. There's no other way to put it. Eligible tournaments. Although it says now that the Spring Classic should count. I don't know why the American Cup wouldn't count. I mean, it's a top tournament. But yeah, the American Chess Federation, they've made mess ups. They've made other mess ups as well. This tournament doesn't. Okay, Norway Chess does count, but I don't know what other tournaments Hikaru is going to play. He's not going to play the World Cup. He's going to play the Grand Swiss. Maybe he's going to play the Sinkfield Cup, but he would have to play one more. He would have to play one more, and again, he really should, because that way he would give himself a great chance to qualify by rating. It needs to be multinational. And the only exception is the national championship. And the American Cup is not a national championship. Even though, didn't Hikaru get his 6th US title at the American Cup? Didn't he get his 6th US title? I'm doing pretty well, thank you. Anyway, let's see what's going to happen. In the meantime, Fabiano did play then move f6. And in the meantime, Giri is still thinking. I think... Well, I mean, Danya is a fantastic player. I think he really is much stronger in blitz than in classical chess. But it would be great for him if he could transfer his qualities over to longer time controls as well. But I think also for Danya, he is more focused right now on teaching, on commentary, on streaming, on YouTube. I think that's really where his main focus is right now. And for him to play a tournament, it would really take time out of his schedule. He says he feels like a 6, but yeah, no, true. All right, in the meantime, Anish keeps thinking. I mean, he still has 57 minutes on the clock. Yeah, no, exactly. Like people are putting in the chat, Danya has a classical win over Fabiano, so he's definitely not a slouch. Okay, in the meantime, I mean, Anish keeps thinking. It's hard to... I mean, probably he's going to go for the move a3, So let's try to think what Hikaru is going to do over there. Maybe knight f5, moving the knight into the game. Maybe d4 followed by c5 could be an idea. This does allow white to play, hey, wait, guys, knight d7, who knows? Maybe, but you know, at this point, given the fact that Hikaru's up 40 minutes on the clock, why would he not try to push a little bit? Why not try to push a little bit? He doesn't mind a draw. Anish is an extremely strong player with white pieces, but given the time situation, perhaps some chances could appear here for Hikaru. Someone is asking in the chat, Benjamin, did you beat Hikaru? No mean to disrespect. Yes, I did beat Hikaru the last time we played in Classical. All right, in the meantime, let's see what Anish is going to do. I mean, a3 is a move, h3 is a move as well. What do I think of the no extra time? I think it's a very interesting format. It makes for more combative chess. The players will really have to manage their time well, because usually after move 40, you get an additional half an hour, sometimes even an hour on the clock. But now you only get 10 seconds of increment, no 30 seconds. So already, I mean, I think Anish is fine, but he needs to be a little bit careful. Let's have a look at Anish's time usage. He spent 30 minutes on bishop to d4. Hikaru too quickly, then d5. Then Anish spent another 5 minutes on bishop takes g7. Knight e5 and bishop e7 happened quickly, but now he's back in the tank, spending another 12 minutes. The position looks to be equal, and Hikaru's up 40 minutes on the clock. So potentially, I mean, this is really very, very potentially, Anish could be in a little bit of trouble. I think Hikaru already has the slight initiative, at least psychologically speaking. Exactly. Yeah, no, Hikaru and I, we often play each other we've played each other a bunch in Arena Kings, occasionally in Title Tuesday, and we've also played casual Blitz. All right. Yeah, no, true. I mean, if Anish makes the next couple of moves quickly and the game peters out in a draw, that's fine. But if he keeps spending time like this, taking like 15, 20 minutes for every move, he's gonna end up low on time. And the position is equal, but it's by no means a draw. So who knows if Hikaru can create some chance here. Anish, he looks a little bit, I don't know. I wouldn't say concerned. He's looking very focused, of course, but he doesn't look super comfortable. I would say that. But let's see which move he's going to come up with. All right. Let's see. But yeah, let's see what is going to happen. All right. Again, I think a3 makes a lot of sense. So far, Anish, he is really deep in the tank. He's playing with the pawn. I've known him for a very long time. That's what he what he likes to do ever since he's been a kid. But again, he needs to be a little bit careful. If Hikaru can somehow go knight f5, followed by d4 and c5, perhaps he has a very slight edge, although these pawns are always a little bit loose. Rook e8 is a move as well. So let's see what is going to happen. All right. Yeah. Well, let's keep looking around. I mean, it will take a while for Anish to make a move here. In the meantime, a lot of moves have been played in the game between Gukesh and Magnus. All right. So we left off after pawn takes c5. Magnus took on f3. Gukesh traded the rooks, and I took on f3. The thing is, your knight is under attack, so you cannot take any e5 because this just looks lost. You lose a pawn. Your king is open, and you're probably going to lose another one as well. So Magnus plays knight d7, sacrificing a pawn. But if anyone is better here, it's got to be Gukesh. Maybe rook d1, putting some pressure on this pawn over here. So Magnus, he has to fight for a draw. He's not been in his top shape. Right now, he's on 1 point out of 3 games in the classical chess, and he's not going to get another win here either. So Magnus really has been struggling for a while. It really started with that fateful game in St. Louis. Ever since that happened, he's not really been the same. Anyway, let's see what's going to happen. probably rook d1 by Gukesh, and he will have some chances. Right, so Magnus has to fight for a draw. Then we have this game between Arjan and Wesley. Bishop b7, nice move by Wesley, making sure that this bishop is never hanging. He could, although knight b6 hangs the knight, but difficult for Arjan to move here. You would like to move the knight, but if you go knight d2, you allow Wesley to take here and give you an isolated pawn on e3, so not ideal. Wesley could, of course, also move the rook. Let's say rook e6, and again, if anyone is better, it has to be Wesley. He could also gain more space on this side of the board. So Arjan also is struggling here. He's a little bit worse. That is that. This game between Shaq and Momojar is probably going to end in a draw. And again, I think Fabiano has got great chances here to win this one. Yeah, no, I would say most of the top players, they want to fight for a win with the white pieces. I think if you want to make a draw with the white pieces, you will probably not become a top player. All these players are very fighting, even when they play strong players. Like we see Gukesh, he's playing with the white pieces. He's playing the best player in the world, but he is going for it. He is going for it, and he wants to try to win this one, and he's getting real chances. And we've talked about that before during the broadcast, you guys. You're going to learn the most if you really try to fight out your games. By the way, what if Anish goes knight d7 here, attacking the rook? Now, if you go, let's say, rook here, white perhaps has rook e7 and is better. But if rook f7, although, you know, we can keep the game going with rook e7. And again, I think black is a little bit better. I mean, why not put the rook in e7? It's a little bit more active there. So I think Hikaru can probably already sense that maybe some chances will appear in the future. He's up 46 minutes. 46 minutes. That's a lot of time. Again, the position is still very dry. So I don't know how he's going to cook up some chances on the board, but there will definitely be some chances on the clock. Well, guys, classical is another word for standard. Or do you mean rapid chess? All right, a4 on the board by Anish. Okay. I mean, that pawn could potentially be a target. He can, of course, also defend it with a b3 or b4. By the way, this move tells me that Anish wants the game to peter out. After Hikaru plays the move knight f5, he's probably going to play something like b4. Hikaru goes d4, b5. He's going to take, and it's somehow going to end in a draw. Like, this is my observation. I think Anish, he senses that he's way down on the clock, and he wants the game to somehow peter out in a draw. Like, let's say we take, there's knight d4. And I mean, this just looks like, although, I mean, you know, there is rook e8 attacking the knight. If you defend rook b2, how do you defend this? Again, all of this should be a draw, but if anything, maybe Hikaru can create some chances here. But the idea behind a4 is to go for b4, b5 very quickly and simplify the game. So let's see what is going to happen. All right. Yeah, he will try. I mean, again, the move knight f5 looks very logical to me to go for d4. I think this line is very likely to come on the board. b4, d4. If you move the knight, you hang this, so you don't quite want to do that. So probably just it's probably just going to simplify. We're probably just b5. If we take, now if you take with the knight, you hang this pawn over here. So probably pawn takes. We go rook a5, keep in contact with this pawn, and probably all sorts of trades are going to happen over here. But Hikaru really has nothing to worry about. So far, a pretty successful game for him. Hikaru, well, I don't know what else he could really do. I mean, b4, b5 is coming very quickly. I mean, rook e8 doesn't do anything. Sorry, white just goes b4, I would think. b5 to smash up the structure. You can go rook d8, but again, after, let's say, b4, it's probably just going to end in a draw. What does a founder mean? A founder generally means that someone was one of the first subs of the channel. All right. Okay, but apparently Carlson also went into the confessional booth, and he said, "My goal with the last few moves was just to get him out of his preparation. I thought that he probably didn't spend much time on something as stupid. Now I am probably slightly worse. but he's probably out of prep, so we can get a long strategical fight. Yeah, it, however, didn't quite turn out the way Magnus wanted it, because right now he's down a pawn, but that was his approach. All right. So yeah, let's see what is going to happen. Again, if you guys have any questions, any comments in the chat, feel free to engage in the chat. I'll be happy to respond to you guys, because that only makes it more fun. Now, after knight f5, Anish could also stop the move d4 by playing the move knight f3, but I don't think this is what he is going to do. It's possible. Hikaru could still play c5, sacrificing this one, then going rook b4, attacking the knight. You can also get this in. And again, it's probably just going to peter out one way or another. Hikaru's chilling. I think, wait, Hikaru is looking ready to move. He is going to play, I think he's going to play knight f5. Knight f5 prepares us to move d4, c5 as well, but it hangs this. Knight f5 also brings the knight back into the game. So I would be surprised if he doesn't play that one. Now, you can go rook d8 with the same idea, but your d pawn is pinned. So this perhaps gives Anish some more opportunities. He's doing the head bob. Again, I think he's going to do this. But let's see. He's shaking his head back and forth a little bit. Again, he's looking ready to move. He's looking ready to move. Send him in that energy, you guys. Again, it's most likely that this game is going to peter out in a draw and that he will have to try to beat Anish in the Armageddon. But again, given the big time disparity, there might be some chances. He's up 43 minutes on the clock, and that is nothing to sniff at. That's a hefty time advantage. Okay. Hikaru's knight is chilling. Yeah, right, exactly. That's why I think it makes sense to bring it back into the game. You could trash talk during the game. That's very unusual. That is very, very unusual. I mean, maybe you can. Well, actually, no. You cannot talk during the game. You cannot talk during the game. You're only allowed to talk when you offer a draw. So when you make your move, you say, I offer a draw. But other than that, you're not allowed to talk. If you talk, it is seen as distracting the opponent, and you can get a penalty for that. Like your opponent can get a two minutes on the clock, something like that. Anyway, let's see what Hikaru is going to do. That's a little bit. Yeah, no, Fabiano's doing amazing. Fabiano's doing amazing, and I think he's got great chances to win this game as well. In the meantime, nothing is really happening in the other games. Yeah, let's just stay with Hikaru's game for now. Spam this flower to give Hikaru power. Exactly. Let's hope it will help. Did someone once distract me during a game? Well, people sometimes have annoying tics, right? People sometimes have annoying tics. So I'm pretty sure that everyone once has been distracted. How do you offer a draw? So what you do, this is very important, you guys. You make your move, then you say, I offer draw, and then you press the clock. What some people do is that they make a move, they press the clock, their opponent is thinking, and then they're like, I offer a draw. But that also is a that counts as distracting your opponent, because you're talking in his time. If you have ticks and you cannot control them, you know, it is what it is. But some people's ticks are controllable, and then it's still annoying if they do them. Hikaru was reaching for a piece. I don't know which one, but to me, knight f5 looks the most logical. Do I have any other funny stories from tournaments? Oh, and we also got another question in the chat by our producer. What is the worst tick? What is the worst tick? What's really annoying is when people are shaking and it makes noise. For example, I was playing in a tournament, someone was wearing joggers and they were shaking, and I could hear it. It's just really annoying. Or when they're shaking and their leg is making noise. Just anything that makes noise is really they should slap fight. Imagine like Hikaru and Anish, they make a draw and then they stand up. And all right, Hikaru wins. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I offered my opponent a draw and he laughed at me. I wonder if it is a rule that you cannot offer an unreasonable draw. Like, let's say you're completely lost. Is it unreasonable to offer a draw again? And there we have a knight f5 is on the board. And I'm telling you guys right now, Anish is going to play the move b4 because he is looking to simplify the game. b4 Hikaru goes d4, Anish goes b5, Hikaru is going to take, Anish is going to take, rook a5, knight e2, Hikaru is probably going... I'm telling you guys, these next 4 moves are very likely to come on the board. Because I think Anish, given the time situation, is looking for a way to let the game peter out into a draw. Yeah. Nope. Macaroni's like, no! Anish is going to blunder right here. Don't ruin it. I mean, the move a4, he wants to go b4. The thing is, he didn't go b4 right here because this allows rook a3. Right, but that's why he started with the move a4. This is annoying because your knight's under attack. The pawn on a2 now is weak. Why not sack the rook? Well, Hikaru could sack the rook, but right, sorry. Well, I mean, sacking the rook, it's not really going to work out. You're just down a rook. Anish blunder, I feel it's coming. I'm telling you guys, he's going to go b4. I think it's very likely. Also, welcome to everyone who just tuned in. We're having a good time covering the games here on Kick. Again, if you're not following yet, make sure to hit that follow button. If you don't have a Kick account yet, create one. It's very easy to do. Follow the channel because often there are a lot of gifted subs here. So if you create an account, you can get gifted a sub. That's right. Because let's say when Hikaru wins Arena Kings, he gets gifted subs. So that is one way. Or if you're nice to some of the generous people, you might get gifted a sub. Is there any chance of Hikaru winning? That is very much... There is a chance, but I think it's unlikely because I think Anish is going to try to simplify the game right here. If Anish doesn't and he plays something like b3, I think there are certainly chances because we are up so much time on the clock. We're up 42 minutes, so perhaps he can make something happen. Some people are sure of it. They're like, Anish going to blunder, Anish going to blunder. I don't think it's going to happen. GM Benjamin Bach, new chess player here. What does it mean to play solid in chess terms? To play solid means that you don't take a lot of risks. So you play in a way that the game is very likely to end in a draw. So you're also less likely to win, but you're also less likely to lose. So that is, in a way, what Anish is doing right here. If we look at Firouzja, for example, that is quite the opposite. Firouzja, he sacrifices a pawn right here. Now, this is still theory, but here he avoids the theory with the move bishop b5. The move knight cb5 is the main move here. So Firouzja is doing the opposite. He's not playing solid, and that is why it's quite likely, actually, that he is going to lose this game. So if you take risks, you're more likely to win, but you're also more likely to lose. So really, really the meta these days in classical chess is to play solid, make sure you don't lose, and if there are chances, make sure you take them, which often ends in draws. But again, this is the job of these players. They don't play to create a masterpiece. They just want to try to get as many points on the board so that at the end of the tournament, they cash a big check. It's as simple as that. And very often, I mean, if you, let's say in a tournament like this with 9 rounds, if you win 3 games, make 6 draws, that's very often enough to win the tournament. If you win 5 games, you lose 4, you're going to end somewhere in the middle. So again, the players just play the meta. How I estimated the chance for Wesley to win this endgame? I'd say it might be like 50-50. 50% chance this game is going to end in a win. 50% chance it's going to end in a draw. Although it's really simplified, and I like the move bishop c1. Baryon, he wants to go knight e3 and trade off the knight. So let's have a look. Let's say he goes g5, take, knight e3. We throw in a check, king g2. I mean, Wesley is better, but it remains really difficult to make something happen. Yeah, Blitz, of course, it's more likely that there will be wins, there will be losses. But in Blitz, the depth is missing a little bit. And that's also what Hikaru said. He likes the fact that he can sit down and dig deep into the position and figure out, like, hey, what is actually the best move here? Why not sack the rook after e4, b5? You can, but you don't get quite enough. So let's have a look. So knight f5, b4, d4, b5. I mean, like, if you take... You're also hanging this pawn over here, and you only get 1 pawn. So it really is not quite enough. Thank you, Quad. So it's a lot of fun to cover the games here with you guys. You guys are doing a great job as well, sending in Hikaru some energy and asking great questions in the chat. So let's see what Anish is going to do here. Right now the ball, he goes knight f3. So he's moving his knight back. He's stopping the move d4 by Hikaru. Perhaps I was a little bit too sure that he was going to go b4, b5. Knight f3, I mean, he can also go g4. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. If Hikaru wants, if he wants to make a draw, he will play the move c5. Anish will take, Hikaru will take, or he could take over here first, and then take here, and both sides have 4 pawns, 2 rooks and a knight. I mean, should just be equal. Rook b4 is a nice move, hitting this one, defending this. But you can also take here. Anish will probably take. Then we go rook b4, taking the knight, taking this one over here. And after 97, a very nice point is that we take this knight over here and attack the rook. And in case white takes, you can go rook c8 to defend. But another very nice move is the move knight h4. You sacrifice the rook, but then you take here. And again, the game is just petering out into a draw. Like everything will get exchanged. Do you mean, well, if Anish wants, well, here's the thing. If Anish wants to force a draw with the white pieces, it's very difficult to prevent him from doing so. If you want to prevent him from doing so, you have to play something like the modern defense. Keep all the pieces on the board, but then you also risk losing more. Yeah, that is the reality of top-level chess. You have the top players in the world do not want to lose with white. It's very unlikely that they will. It's very likely that they will force a draw. All right. I think Hikaru will play c5. I think he will keep it very solid. It's difficult to still cook up some chances because Anish could go for b4 and b5. All right, but yeah, if you guys have any other question in the chat, feel free to ask them. But let's keep looking around. All right, so we have some more moves in the game between Gukesh and Magnus. I think Gukesh misplayed it a little bit. I think Queen e2. Queen e2 to me is a little bit of a mystery. Perhaps he wanted to stop Queen b2, but why not start with the move Rook to d1? Wait for Black to play knight e5, and then you go here. There's no pressure on this pawn. Black could consider here, but I feel like it's more likely to backfire. That being said, I mean, if you take knight e5, Queen here, Black takes here. Black is pretty active, and you're not really creating threats, so Black might be doing okay here. But Queen e2 was played, Rook e8, Bishop g3, and now Knight f6 attacking this pawn over here. Keep in mind also that Gukesh's extra pawn is this pawn on a3. It's not the prettiest pawn. So I think this game is very likely to end in a draw. And then we will see what's going to happen in the Armageddon between Magnus and Gukesh. I give Magnus pretty good chances to win that one. I think Magnus has won all his Armageddon so far. Gukesh won the other day against Mamedyarov, but it was not. He was in a bit of trouble. What resources do I use if I'm studying? If I study a line, so the main resource that I use and that all the top players use is ChessBase. In ChessBase, you can study openings, you can use engines, you can use the databases, see what has been played before. So that is by far and large the best resource. Another great resource, by the way. Hey, there's also Chessable. There's also Chessable courses, and someone not too long ago made a great course on Nim's Indian. Just saying. Anyway, hey, just kidding. I mean, but yeah, let's see what's going to happen. I mean, probably f3 by yes, just press the space bar. f3 is very likely defending this pawn. Then maybe knight h5 by Magnus to get rid of this bishop, and I think it's very likely that this one is going to end in a draw. Yeah, I don't know why Gukesh didn't play rook d1. Rook d1 looks very logical to me. Or, well, I tell you why. He didn't play this because of queen b2. That's why. And something was bothering him here. Anyway, let's see. In the meantime, we have some more trades in the game between Arjan and Wesley. It feels like Wesley is making progress. The big question is it going to be enough to actually win this one? Yeah, I don't know. It really feels like Arjan went a little bit too passive with this move Queen d1. He should have played the move g3. And yeah, this is very sharp, though. To be fair, this is very sharp after I think something like b4. And then here, I forgot the line. I have no idea how this continued. I even had a game a long time ago against Grandelius in the Marshall. Maybe it was another line, but This is very sharp stuff. And if you don't know what you're doing with white, you are a little bit stuck on the back rank. So it makes sense, but it feels like he just went into a very slightly worse endgame. He probably felt like, well, this should be a draw, but Wesley is putting on the heat. He gained some space on the queen side. Now he's getting space on the king side. First with move f5. Now with g5 and g4. I think knight e3 is very likely. Wesley is going to give a check. Maybe trade. Play king e6. And, you know, he has this idea of going c5 and b4. Softening up Arjan's queen side like rook h1. Well, then the king can walk in. So, a very tricky game for Arjan. Let's say you sit. Maybe c5. You sit. Maybe b4. Again, it's... I don't really see it happening. I think it's probably just a draw. The game is very simplified. In the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking. We see both players at the board. So let's see which move he's going to come up with. If Hikaru plays the move c5, the game is just going to end in a draw. Yeah, no, I mean, at this point, that's why he goes into the confession booth so much. And indeed, we have to move 93 by Arjan. All right, so he's probably going to end in a draw. Hikaru's like, well, do I want to do that? Do I want to go c5, simplify the game, or do I want to keep the game going with something else? Yes, what you can do, you guys, if your quality is now good, is click on HD in the bottom right-hand corner, and you can adjust the quality a little bit. If you turn it down, then sometimes it gets a little less laggy. But of course, you want to see Hikaru in 1080. I mean, come on. If possible. In the meantime, Fallujah still hasn't moved. Also, this game between Shaq and Noterbeck is probably going to end in a draw. We left off over here. G3 was played, king c7, rook e1. Noterbeck took the pawn, went knight back, and played rook d7, defending this one. Probably a draw, but white's majority on the king side is not really moving, and maybe if Noterbeck can get these pawns going on the queen side, he can maybe create some chances. Hikaru has 5 points. Yep, we want to... Yes, exactly. And of course, you also want to see me in 1080. Yep. Yes, they installed the confession booth for Hikaru. That's right. Because he wants to talk to you guys. All right. Try Alt F4. Yep. Please don't. Please don't. Some people have actually fell. Some people actually have fell for that. Like, it has happened to streamers. Some streamers were like, oh, I don't know how to solve this issue on my computer. People in the chat were like, try Alt F4, and then the stream went down. Confession boxers are for sinners. Nah. Anyway, can we get a wave? What do you mean a wave? You want me to do that's a thing in like soccer stadiums, that someone does this and then all the other people follow. But it's hard to do a wave here if I can't even see you guys. Sometimes ending the stream, sometimes restarting the stream will solve the issues. That's right. Yeah. Well, yeah. Don't uh-oh, we lost yeah, if we lose one viewer, we know what happened. They fell for it. They pressed Alt F4. All right. Anyway. Let's see what's gonna happen. This game very likely to end in a draw. All right, so let's just do a quick recap. I think the game between Gukesh and Magnus very likely to end in a draw. I think the game between Giri and Hikaru very likely to end in a draw. Wesley still pushing for a little bit, but most likely it's going to be a draw. Fabiano probably going to win, and this game between Shaq and Noterbeck also very likely to be a draw. So if Fabiano would win and these other games end in a draw, he really takes quite a significant lead over the field. So yeah, let's hope for Hikaru that he a draw in Classical is fine. It would be great if then he goes on to win the Armageddon. Those half a point still count for something. All right. Yeah, rook d8 also move. Rook d8 definitely move for Hikaru. But the thing is, white can go, let's say, b4. And even though you get d4 in, your d pawn is pinned. Although, you can move the rook back. Definitely an option here. No, I didn't win the tournament when I received my GM title. I played in Tata Steel Chess 2014, and it was quite funny. I played one of the lowest seats in the tournament with white. He was an IM, So I only needed to make a draw with white, but the thing is I also kind of wanted to win, but that's a very tricky situation because then you might easily start hesitating. So I wanted to win, but after 20 moves, I was down 2 pawns. I was down 2 pawns with white, but I managed to fight my way back to a draw. After rook d8, there's also the move g4, attacking the knight, and if you go, let's say, 96, then rook e7, the rook gets active. So I don't know if this is a way to go for Hikaru. Now it's difficult to set these pawns in motion. So I think, again, c5 looks like a pretty solid move. What's my best game ever? It's against the big man Hikaru. But hey, we're cheering for him today, so let's not bring that up. Anyway, okay. Thank you guys. I repair my TV by pressing Alt plus F4. Yeah, hey guys, don't. Yeah, draw with black is never a bad result. All right, c5 on the board. That is kind of what we expected. Okay, now Anish is going to take, and before I could even say it's on the board, Hikaru is going to take here, or yeah, no, I think Hikaru is going to do this, take the knight, and he's going to do this, and then here, here, and somehow it will end in a draw. Like here, and then they will do something funny like here, and repeat. Let's see if my predictions are on point today. Okay, rook takes a4 is on the board, and he's going to take. I bet you guys. Like, he can keep the game going with rook d2, but there's really no point. I think he will just simplify this one, and it will just all peter out into a draw. Anish was about to get up, and Hikaru's like, "Now you're staying." That is actually sometimes annoying, because sometimes you want to go to the restroom, or you want to relax a little bit, and then your opponent keeps you at the board. All right. All right, so let's see if Anish is going to move, but I do expect him to take here any moment. All right, so yeah, let's see what is going to happen. Anish is currently thinking. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. But don't go anywhere. This game between Anish and Hikaru might end in a draw. But if that is the case, we will see a very exciting Armageddon. We will see you after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to Norway Chess 2023. We're watching round 4 between Anish, Giri and Hikaru Nakamura. It's quite likely that this game is going to end in a draw. Hikaru has just given up the pawn on d5 by playing the move c5. Anish took it, but in return he takes the pawn on a4. And kind of as we expected, we see Anish taking on b6. But now the game is just going to peter out. Hikaru will play the move rook b4, most likely, attacking the knight on b6 and the pawn on b2. Anish could go to d5. Then Hikaru takes here, and we will see some more action, maybe something like knight e5, who knows. But he could also go for the very forcing knight d7, attacking the rook and the pawn on c5. But this gives black the opportunity to take here. And then, you can move your rook, but you can also go for something like knight h4, going for the fork over here. So very likely that this all is going to peter out, but let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Currently, he is away from the board, so we have a battle of chairs again. Again, we talked about this before. Both chairs are pretty well dressed, wearing a nice jacket. The chairs are also drinking a can of water. And Hikaru's chair is drinking some coffee as well. But yeah, I think, again, it's very likely that this game is going to end in a draw, and then we will move on to an Armageddon. And in that matchup, I would definitely give Hikaru the better chances. I mean, we all know he is an extremely experienced blitz player and rapid player. Anish, he's good. He's really stepped up his game in blitz and rapid, but he's not quite at Hikaru's level. So let's see what is going to happen. I mean, if Anish wants to keep the game going, he could play the move knight to d5, and indeed the move rook b4 has just been played by Hikaru. But if Anish wants the game to peter out, he will just go knight to d7. To be honest, that is my prediction. I think he's going to go here, because if you go here, I mean, black is completely fine. I mean, white is not worse either, but there's not much point necessarily to doing this. But let's see. Rook b4 is on the board. Anish is back, and he's taking his time. They have another 16 moves to make at the time control. Anish was looking at a score sheet real quick, perhaps making sure. Hikaru taking a sip of his mountain water. So let's see what he's... Wait, what? Wait. What is really saying in the chat? weird stuff. Anyway, again, I think knight d7 is the most likely move, knight d5 as well. If he goes for the move knight d5, we will see more of a game. It will go on for a little bit longer. But if knight d7 is played, I'm telling you guys, it's going to be over in the next 10 moves, and probably in the next half an hour. So let's see. And again, given the fact that Anish is getting pretty low on time, I think it makes perfect sense to kill the game here with that move. That being said, I mean, you're not really worse after this one either, You give this pawn over here, but after pretty much any move, like let's say h4, I don't really see how white can ever lose this one, quite frankly. I mean, knight d4 you can always take. Black is attacking this and your knight, but there's rook e2. And again, it should all just peter out. I mean, let's say take. Black moves the bishop, I don't know, here. Again, looking pretty even. All right, why does this move kill the game? Good question, because knight d7, it makes it very forcing, right? It's attacking the rook, it's attacking this, then black takes here, white recaptures, then there's knight h4, rook c8 as well. Again, it just makes the game a little bit more forcing. That's what I mean. It keeps less play in the position. Like after knight e5, we take here, and the game keeps going. It does. I hope that makes sense to all of you guys. But it keeps more pieces and more play in the position. All right. So I hope that makes sense to everyone. And we have knight d7 on the board. All right. So a while ago, I predicted this sequence, like starting with knight takes b6. Hikaru is going to take. He's going to go knight h4, take, here, take. Anish will take. He will take. We'll go here, take, and some sort of draw. And we're going down that line. Bishop takes f3 on the board. Anish has to recapture because also this rook was hanging. Now, if you win this tournament, you will not qualify to the candidates. And really, I would be careful because we have mods here who can sometimes be ruthless. But no, if you win this tournament, you do not qualify to the candidates. However, you will get some points for the FIDE circuit, which will be very useful for Hikaru. And he also would move up the rating list. I think Hikaru is satisfied with the draw. He's not like happy. He's not, celebrating like, oh, I made a draw, but it's a good result. Like if you draw with the black pieces, it's fine. Then the next day you can try to put pressure with white. So there is a big time difference, but I mean, the only move you can try with black to keep the game going is to move rook c8, but still white can play something like here, and you're not really playing for anything. I mean, again, this will all just end, although I mean there's knight h4, but it will all just end in a draw. It will all just end in a draw. So I think Hikaru, I think he will go knight h4. How do you qualify to the candidates? There are different paths. So one player has already qualified. That is Jan Nepomniachtchi, because he's a runner-up in the 2023 World Championship. Then there are the top 3 finishers from the Chess World Cup 2023. So the 2 finalists and then the winner of the 3rd place match. Hikaru said he's not playing the World Cup. Then there's also the top 2 finishers in the FIDE Grand Swiss. That is a qualifier that Hikaru is playing, so he will have to finish top 2. Then there's the winner of the 2023 FIDE circuit. So that is another player. Let me have a quick look right now who is leading. Wesley So. Wesley So currently is leading the FIDE circuit. Right behind him is Gukesh. Anish also doing very well there. Sam Savian, by the way, he's in 4th place. Who knows? Maybe he can get close as well. But right now it's pretty close between Wesley and Gukesh. They've each played 4 tournaments. Fabiano also not too far behind. If he would win this one, that would catapult him on the standings. But yeah, there's a lot of points up for grabs there as well. And then there's also one player qualifies who has the highest rating in January 2024. So that is another opportunity for Hikaru. Magnus probably will not play the candidates, but if he overtakes Ferrugia or Fabiano, that way he could make it in. Or let's say Fabiano qualifies to the World Cup or the Grand Swiss. Then if Hikaru is the next player on the list, he will qualify. But we've talked about this before. He would need to play at least 4 FIDE circuit tournaments. And right now, this would be his first one. All right. What is the tournament that's going to replace the Grand Prix when it comes to the candidate seat? Yeah, well, we just discussed all the tournaments that lead to that offer a qualification path. What are they writing down on the paper? You know, just their homework. They're writing down their homework. That's it. Nothing else. No, they're writing down the moves. So right here, Hikaru writes down bishop takes f. Like both players write down bishop takes f3. Then Anish takes g takes f3, and yeah, they write down the moves. Like when you play online, you don't have to do this. But when you play classical games over the board, that is what you have to do. Exactly. All right, is it calculus homework? Yep. So they need your help, calculus teacher. Well, hey, I'm here to talk about the chess. I'm not here to talk about that, MC Asher. But anyway, let's see what is going to happen. I predict knight h4. I predict knight h4. Knight d4 is possible as well, but it gives white the opportunity to do this. So why give white extra options? Like white can do this, but again, the question is, why? Can they get someone else to write in the moves at this level? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in this day and age, it's a little bit odd that they still have to write down those moves, because there's the live not the live stream per se, but there's the live relay of moves. Okay, that is awesome, Dame. Congratulations on placing 2nd at your university tournament. Yep. Maybe, yeah, exactly. I'm sure both players know a lot of moves after. Okay, Hikaru reaching for a move. Hikaru reaching for a piece. I think it's knight h4. I couldn't tell if he was reaching for the knight, but if he was, I'm sure that is the move he's looking at. Can you ask? No, you cannot change the moves on paper. No, you have to write down. I'm telling you guys, I know these players. Knight h4. I don't know why Chess.com is assigning a brilliant sign to this move. I mean, it's keeping the position equal. Knight d4 was fine as well. Rook is weight as well. And I'm telling you, Anish is going to do this. Hikaru is going to do this. Anish is going to do this. We will see a trade. And I'm telling you, it's going to end in a draw like this. And then this, I'm telling you. Yeah, I like commentating. I like commentating because I'm forced to follow top-level chess on a close level. So I think it's definitely not bad. It's definitely not bad for my game. And it's just a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. All right, but hey, Hikaru managed to get a brilliant move in. Counts for something. Yeah, no, on clay tablets, wow, I didn't know that. No, but back in the day, notation was very important in case you wanted to claim a draw. When you would claim a draw, you would call the arbiter, you would give them your score sheet, and you would write down, like, let's say you write down like knight h4, I want to go knight h4, and this would lead to 3-time repetition, and then the arbiter would go through the moves, like check, make sure if that has actually happened, and they would either give you a draw or not, if it's off. Okay, awesome, Pawn Islands. Okay, Anish reaching for a piece. I think he's reaching for the rook. What happens if they write down the wrong move? You get punished. You get banished to the shadow realm for eternity. It's harsh. It's harsh. Some of you guys don't know notation, and you might write down knight h5 and knight takes c1. But if you do that, you get banned for life by FIDE. So don't do that. Make sure your notation is correct. Yep. What does 2 exclamation marks mean? It means it's a brilliant move, but I don't see what's brilliant about this move. Again, there were other moves that were fine as well, and this move just holds the balance. Thank you, Kadir. Appreciate that. Anyway, let's see what's going to happen. Again, I'm telling you guys, this is going to happen, and the game is going to end in a draw. I'm telling you guys. I'm never sarcastic. I'm never sarcastic. All right. Anyway, Anish currently thinking. Let's see which move he's going to play. I think it's very likely he's just going to trade. And there we have a knight of 8 on the board. Hikaru is going to do this and this. And again, it's just all going to end in a draw. All right, so knight takes a 8 on the board. I'm sure Hikaru is going to come back any moment now, and he's going to take on f3. Anish will move his king here, here, here. It all doesn't matter. In either case, we will take here. Then we will take the knight. And it's just a draw with both players having 3 pawns. But I think if Anish wants to force it, he will play rook e5. And we will just see this trade. Okay. Exactly. No, I'm telling you guys. I'm just telling you guys how this game is going to end. Like, yeah, Hikaru is going to play something like this, and then they will repeat like this, something like that. But Mojarov kept writing moves in a time scramble. Yeah, in this tournament, if you're below 5 minutes, you don't have to. Knight takes f3 is on the board. Anish is in check. He can move his king wherever he wants. But right now, Hikaru has knight takes e1 pre-moved. He's got knight takes c1 pre-moved. I don't think Anish messed up earlier. I think, yeah, he perhaps had a very, very slight edge out of the opening, but that's how it goes. If you don't play accurately, then often the game peters out into a draw, and that's what we saw in this game. So I think messing up is too strong of a word. Perhaps he had maybe something for a move or two, but very difficult to prove it. And Hikaru played super well. I mean, he's playing super accurate, super fast, and he's got no trouble here whatsoever. All right, anyway, let's see what is going to happen. Anish is going to move his king. How? Okay, we saw him wipe something off the board. He's going to move his king. I'd say he's going to go here. Hikaru will take. Does having to write a moose? Yes. So if there is a 30-second increment, you always have to write down the moves. In this tournament, since there's only a 10-second increment, you don't have to. 10 seconds is not considered to be enough. I mean, if you only have like 11 seconds, you write down the moves, and then you already almost run out of time. So that is why they don't have to do that. But with 30 seconds, you always have to do that. Anish looking to the side, he realizes like this is not the most exciting day at the office just yet, because after this game has ended in a draw, they will play another Armageddon. Anish is taking his time here, but I mean, it's just going to end in a draw. He's reaching for his king, and Hikaru taking a sip of the mountain water. He goes king g2, king g2. I'm telling from the body language, king or f1. I'd say king g2. I'm telling you guys. I know I know these guys. I know these guys. I could like Anish would when he hold his hand like this. I know he was gonna move it up. Okay, Hikaru, take rookie 5. I told you. I told all of you guys. Take. That's how this game is gonna end. Or maybe I don't know if there's like a 30 move rule or if they can already offer a draw, or what exactly the deal is. But they're gonna repeat the position somehow. Okay, rook b4. Anish is gonna give a check. Or rook c7. I think check. Rook c7 on the board. King g8. King g3. Check. Or rook a4. I think Hikaru is going to keep him cut on the fourth rank. Just rook a4 and just sit. Like, we will see something like this happen. Okay, g5 played by Hikaru. It's a fine move, stopping white from marching up the board. Maybe now. Okay, Anish gets up, which is a little bit. I mean, of course you can, but the game is going to end in a draw anyway. Probably is asking. I think Anish is asking whether he can offer a draw. But even if you can't, you just go rook d7. You go here, and you create a threefold like this. That's very often what happens in these type of tournaments. No, Hikaru, I mean, if Anish is allowed to offer him a draw, they would agree to it because it's very clearly it's pretty clear that it's that. Yeah, Hikaru's gonna do this, and there's nothing to do here for either player. All right, so we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, this game is gonna end in a draw any second now. So we're just waiting for the last couple of moves to come in. Wait, it's really weird. Both players are away from the board, but wait. Why did both of them just stand up? Because it's clear this game is going to end in a draw. It's not over yet. They didn't shake hands yet. Hikaru put on the jacket. He knows it's going to end in a draw. Rook c5 played. h6. Check. Okay, rook a4. Or rook f4. Rook b7. f3. Rook b4. Rook d7. Yeah, perhaps Anish had a very slight edge. Hikaru, he might just go back. Or, I don't know, I would go rook c4. Oh, Hikaru went in the booth? Hikaru went in the booth, really? Oh, he went in the booth real quick to be like, it's going to be a draw. Okay, let's bring up the booth. Let's see if we can do that. All right, you guys, and we are back. And the game between Anish and Hikaru has ended in a draw. No shock right there. The players just repeated with the rooks going back and forth. We heard Hikaru's thoughts there. It was all preparation up until the move a4 by Anish right here. A4 didn't seem like the most critical move, maybe a3. But he felt like, given the fact that Anish already was down, half an hour on the clock here, he just wanted to simplify the game. Because after a3, Hikaru's already, like he said, was to go knight f5, and then d4 followed by c5. I mean, maybe white can still play here, but the game could also get out of hand with the unbalanced pawn structure. Black is a bishop, white is a 2 knights. So, like Hikaru said, he felt like Anish took a practical decision, going a4 and simplifying the game very quickly with b4 and b5. All right, so the Armageddon is going to start in 20 minutes. So it will start around 46, so 19 minutes from now. So don't go anywhere, you guys. This is going to be fire. Again, I think it is most likely that Hikaru is going to win. He should definitely be the favorite in anyone's book, given the fact that he plays so much blitz. But, you know, he did lose the other match to Wesley. So he did lose the other day to Wesley. So it's never easy against these top players. He will be playing with the black pieces. He will be down 3 minutes on the clock. But he will have draw odds. And after 40 moves, a 1 second increment will kick in. So I think Hikaru said the other day on stream, he felt like if this was played online, he would give himself a big edge. But since this is played over the board and you cannot make quick moves, it's never easy. And he did lose the Armageddon the other day with white against Magnus. But I think Hikaru really prefers to play black in these types of situations. Like, he's happy if he only has to make a draw. The pressure is not on him. It's on Anish. He just can play solid. So, yeah, let's see what Anish is going to come up with. If Anish is going to go e4 once again, or if he's going to go d4, c4, knight f3, I'm very curious to see what Anish is going to cook up. In the meantime, this game between Magnus and Gukesh is probably headed for a draw. We left off after the move knight h5, bishop f2, d5. Excellent move by Magnus, striking in the center. Now the pawn e4 becomes weak. Queen a6, takes, knight f6, attacking this pawn over here. Gukesh took the pawn, now Magnus took here. Gukesh, by the way, he's still up a pawn, but again, those are not the prettiest pawns, so I think Magnus should hold pretty comfortable. And by the way, we're getting confirmation that the Armageddon is going to be 10 minutes before the top of the hour, so actually 21 minutes from now. So let's see what is going to happen. I didn't cut anyone off. We just decided to go back a little bit earlier because our game ended in a draw. All right. Anyway, the game between Tari and Wesley, we left off after knight e3. g4 was played. We saw a trade, king e6, king f1, bishop d6, king e2, and Wesley went for f4. We see a trade of pawns, and now a trade of bishops. Tari is going to have to recapture, or he could go king d3, but king d3 has the risk. Aha. Here's the thing. He can go rook e8, because if you take, this pawn in game is completely lost, because black is the outside passer. And how do you win these endgames? Hello, Hikaru in the chat. Hikaru says chess is a draw. I know, right? I know. Why why are we still wasting our time playing this this board game? Anyway, this endgame is running for black, because what black is going to do here is they are going to deflect the white king by going g3, sacrificing this pawn, but we get the e-pawn. And now look at the kings. Black's king is much closer to the action on the king side, queen side, sorry. So he's going to go king d3 and pick up the pawns. So that is why outside passers are often much better, especially in pawn games. So Tari here after rook e5, he could give a check. King goes up, then he trades, and then take with the king to make sure Wesley doesn't get a passer. But still, this endgame, it's probably just a draw. It's probably, yeah, it's just a draw. Like, Wesley's king is a little bit more active, but there's no way to enter. So it's all probably just a draw. Like Hikaru said in the chat, chess is a draw. I mean, if you get the king to c4, maybe there's chances, but I guess you go here. And yeah, it should all just be a draw. All right, so let's see if Tari finds that, if Tari finds the move king d3, he would force a draw. And I think he should be happy about that, because if you take with the pawn, it should be a draw, but there's still play left in the position. Like, Wesley can still try here. So that is why Tari is taking his time. He doesn't go for the automatic recapture. But again, I think if he calculates all of this correctly, it's just going to be a draw very, very soon. All right, let's see what is happening in the other games. In the meantime, let's see what's happening in the game between Fabiano and Firouzja. All right, so we left off after the move f6. Firouzja took, and I'm quite surprised that Fabiano took with a pawn. I don't quite understand. I mean, if he took with the bishop, there would have been queen a5, which is extremely annoying. This leads to checkmate. And also, I mean, king here, you lose a rook. But maybe taking with the queen looks very solid. You give this pawn on a7, but then here, and you know, you lose that pawn on a7, but your king will find a very safe space on f7. All right, but yeah, let's see what is going to happen. He took with the pawn instead. Check, king e8, and after takes, he is in the tank. So he could go rook b2, but rook b2 involves a rook sacrifice. If you give a check, we go here, takes here. Maybe it works, but hey, you're giving up a full rook. The idea is that in case white goes here, we give a check. You kind of go here, this leads to checkmate. And if you go king e2, then we take, and we take here, and black is up. Black has 6 pawns, white has 4, black's up 2 pawns, and he should be winning. All right. So here, white would have to play bishop d2, the only proper way to stop checkmate. Then queen e4, and black picks up a lot of pawns to check, and white's king is wide open here. The move c5 apparently is crushing, but not easy. Fabiano will have to see all of this when playing the move rook to b2. If you don't do that, I mean, you can give a check, pick up this pawn over here, but you're a little bit stuck here. You're a little bit stuck. Bishop c5 is an idea, like here, followed by bishop c5, and black. It's not easy for black to entangle. That being said, Fabiano is up a lot of time on the clock. Is up 30 minutes. So let's see if he can make Firouzja cook. In the meantime, things are getting slightly out of hand in this game between Shaq and Noderbek. We left off here, g3, king c7. Here, take, knight f3, rook d7, e5, a king up. Again, I like Noderbek's queenside pawn majority. Rook h8 was played, then came a check. Rook g2, going after this pawn over here. Check. Noderbek gives up the pawn on c5, but he gets the pawn on g3. Knight b5, attacking this, applying rook c7. So Noderbek goes here, knight d6. But, you know, the black queenside is collapsing. But I feel like after something like rook g4, this g-pawn runs down the board pretty fast, because the knight is nicely supporting it. It's very difficult for white to bring their pieces back. Like, let's say you go knight d6, g5. I don't know, like, how do we stop this pawn? Like, let's say you make another useless move, you might already be lost. So I like the position for Noderbek. Let's see if he can make something happen here. This game between Tari and Wesley is going to end in a draw very soon. And again, another 15 minutes between Armageddon, between Anish and Hikaru. Let him cook. Let him cook. Exactly. You guys know. So, hey, if you guys want to send in some energy to Hikaru, make sure to do so now. The Armageddon is going to start very, very soon. He might be reading the chat. I doubt it, to be honest. I think he just tuned in for a brief second, and now he's just focusing on the upcoming Armageddon. All right, so yeah, let's see what is happening in some of the other games. So Gukesh thinking, he played the move bishop to e3. I mean, this game is probably going to end in a draw. I wonder, like, let's say Magnus goes here. I'm starting to feel that if anyone is better in this game, it is Magnus. He's down a pawn, but look at white's pawns. Double pawns over here, double pawns over here, an isolated pawn over here, and Magnus's pawns are nicely connected. His king is slightly safer than white's king in g1, so he might have some chance. So spam this flower to give Hikaru power. Exactly. It always works. It always works. Or what you can also do, make sure to sub to give Hikaru the dub. That's right. All right. Anyway, let's see what's happening in the other games. Fabiano is still thinking, will he find the move rook to b2? Exactly. Let's get some energy in here, Suzanne. That's right. And so again, is he gonna find it? This looks very safe, but I think after this, followed by bishop c5, it's actually not. Like, let's say you go here, bishop c5. It turns out that white is lost because of here. you have this. And you lose a little bit too much material. I mean, 2 rooks for a bishop is not enough. Even though white's king is a little bit exposed, white should be winning. So again, Firouzja doing a great job complicating the game, and Fabiano perhaps let it get slightly out of hand. That being said, he's still up a lot of time, and now is a good time to use it. So let's see if he can find this continuation with rook to b2, sacrificing a full rook. If Firouzja goes rook c1, that would give Fabiano perhaps the opportunity to go rook g8. Now, after this check, the rook on g8 is protected. And if you go here, I mean, rook d8, there might be here, but now might be a good time to give that check and pick up that pawn over here. All right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, even if you're VIP, you cannot avoid the slow mode. But Arjan has played the move king d3. I think that game is going to end in a draw very soon. And Noderbeck is pondering over his next move. But to me, rook g4 looks very logical. And I think there's chances indeed for Firouzja to hold this game. Yeah, maybe right now it's more likely that he will hold than lose, but let's see what's going to happen. Fabiano did mess it up a little bit, but he still should have an advantage. Rook g1 in the meantime, king c2 only move. A little bit surprising that Noderbeck forces Mamejarov's king up, because normally you want to activate your king in the endgame. So I'm surprised by this decision, but I'm sure he has there's some idea attached to it. Maybe, although, I mean, to rook g4, f5, now you have all sorts of forks, but I don't think you have to be worried about the move f5. Like, after f5, everything becomes pretty loose. I mean, maybe something like b6. So let's see what is going to happen here. I mean, again, very likely that this game is going to end in a draw, but if anyone's better, it's got to be Noderbeck. Here, rook g2, king c3, I assume. King d3 is possible, but you hang this. King b3 is possible, but there's all sorts of checks. So I think he will go king here. But yeah, we will just have to wait and see what is going to happen. All right, in the meantime, I guess they will not have interviews with the players. They'll only do that after they're done with Armageddon, because they're still playing right now. The match is still in full swing. All right. Do GMs have certain nicknames for other GMs? I mean, well, for example, Mamejarov, people call him Mamet, or they call him Shaq, because that's just short for both his Shaq. Shaq is short for his name, Shahryar. And Noderbeck, I mean, most people call him Noderbeck. He doesn't really have a nickname. I mean, people call Magnus, they like to call him MC, or some people call him Maggie, but yeah, there's really no need because his name is so short. So I think most people, I mean, Fabiano, Fabi is an easy, Fabi has some nicknames. Firouzja, I mean, people like to call him Fyro or Ali or whatever. Anyway, let's see what is going to happen. King d3 played by Ariantari, attacking the rook. If you go rook here, this is a draw right away because the pawns are just symmetrical. And after rook e5, here you give a check, and the game is also going to end in a draw because Black's king is a little bit more active, but it's not enough to win the game. White does something like this, and there's just no way you're going to ever end up in a Zugzwang. Yeah, Hikaru likes to call me Benji. Benji. Gotta move, Benjamin. All right. Okay, 10 minutes until the start of the Armageddon. Yes, Hikaru likes to call Elureza Gucci Reza. Amish Guru. That's a good one. All right. Oh, and by the way, rook b2 by Fabiano has been played. Nice move. He's sacrificing. What is it, guys? What is it? What is Fabiano sacrificing? Fabiano is sacrificing. Anyway, if you take check, and White's king is being taken out for a hunt, king of 1. Well, that is not a nickname he appreciates. I don't think that's a nickname he appreciates. c5. All of a sudden getting very tricky for White. I wonder what exactly Fabiano has in mind here. If you go king, exactly, he sacrifices the rook. Because if you go here, then c5, and White's king is really being taken for a hunt. So king of 1 makes more sense to me. I wonder if Fabiano is planning to move c5 here. But now your king can perhaps just walk away, like h4, check, here. You win back the rook, but again, white always has this pawn here. This should be fine for white one way or another, but remains very complicated. And I guess Fabiano knows that he always has a draw in the back of his pocket. All right, but let's see. If the king of one, perhaps, like we said, check. If you go here, you take. This looks good for black. And after king e1, c5 looks pretty good. And there's no good way to stop bishop e5, creating this threat over here. Like, let's say you go here, bishop e5, king of 2. And let me tell you something. Fabio, oh my God, look at this. Look at this. Here, white has a rook for the bishop, and black has some pawns, right? But look at this. Fabiano takes one pawn with check, gives a check. Then he takes another pawn with check. And I think at the end of it all, you give a check. And also, you probably... do you take over here? I guess you do. And here, black has 5 pawns. They have 5 pawns for the exchange. Let's say you do this. After queen f8, you might as well just resign. Because the queens are traded, and with... oh, here it's 3 pawns. It's 3 pawns, but that's... no, wait, I can't count. It's 4 pawns. 4 pawns. That's a lot. That's a lot. Usually, I would say if you have 3 pawns for the exchange, you should be winning. But 4 pawns is really a lot. And they're just going to march down the board. There's nothing Firouzja could do here. I mean, in this position, you could take out the queen, but after someone like queen e5, stopping this check, this should be a win for Caruana. So Firouzja in big, big trouble. And if Caruana wins this game, he takes a very big step towards winning the tournament. It's still very early, but let me look. Fabiano, I mean, this is a win with black, mind you. He has to play Shahryar. Wait, if Fabiano wins this game, he has a big lead over the field, and he has 3 white games out of the last 4 games. So if Fabiano wins this game, he wins the tournament. I'm gonna call it. And he has great chances to win this one. I mean, look at Firouzja's clock. He's already down to 24 minutes. For the first 40 moves, there is no increment. He needs to make another 18 to reach move 40. And after that, only 10 seconds. So Firouzja finds himself in the danger zone. Does Hikaru have any nicknames? Nah. I think people just call me Hikaru. Okay, queen, wait. Firouzja goes for the rook, but I think this just loses. King of 7, takes, queen takes c2. I think this just wins for Fabiano. Oh, h-bomb, that's a nice one. Okay, take. I mean, now he has to take. You can go back, but that makes absolutely 0 sense right now. So Firouzja takes the rook, and now let's see. Queen takes c2 wins the game. If you take with the rook, there is here you collect the rook, but queen d8 attacking the bishop, and here, and white's king is pretty safe. Like, you give a check, king g3, queen e7 is a move as well. So probably here Firouzja is doing fine. Hey guys, if you support Hikaru, you will stop saying that nickname. I think he doesn't like it. Like, you use your best judgment. Anyway, the Armageddon is going to start in the next 5 minutes. So let's see if Fabiano is going to find the move queen takes c2. If he finds it, I think he's just going to win. Yeah, Fabiano has plenty of time. He has plenty of time. He has 15 minutes on the clock. And if he figures out the right moves, he's going to win the game. So let's have a look. Queen takes c2. Threatens checkmate in 1. Hikaru, okay, anyway, if you castle, checkmate. That's not a move. You have to play either here or here. Rook d2, check. King of 2, we take, and we get a lot of, again, white's king is again taken for a hunt. Feels like they're just getting checkmated. And we pick up a lot of pawns. And if you go king e2, then we trade rooks, and we pick up the rook. We're up 2 pawns. This pawn is hanging, so black should be winning. I mean, king of 2, queen e1, and white doesn't get out of the woods. So bishop d2, probably the best move for Fallujah. Then we give a check here. And here, Fallujah has to go king f2 or king f1. If you go king f2, well, then we keep picking up pawns with check. Like, let's say here. Check here. It's not 100% clear how exactly we finish this off, though. I mean, maybe here, other than you give the bishop and your king walks into the corner. That's not 100% clear. Apparently, the way to do it is to, like, queen here. You give a check. Aha. Right. I mean, still, here, then c5. And you're actually threatening mate. And after g3, then we give a check. And the fact that this rook is hanging is very annoying for white. Like, check here, c5. Not easy to figure all of this out at all. But Fabiano finds it. He plays the move queen takes c2. Now, Fallujah has to find the move bishop d2. I think he will, because rook d2, it's a little bit too trivial how it's losing. Again, like queen c1, king e2, you take your down 2 pawns. And after king f2, white has a lot of pawns for the exchange, and your king is wide open. So I think bishop d2, the best move to keep the game going. And let's see. The Hikaru Armageddon is going to start in the next 2 minutes. So when it's less than a minute away, we will pull it up right away to make sure that we don't miss a second of this Armageddon. Yeah, no, Fabiano's playing amazing chess. And to be honest, before the pandemic, Fabiano was a clear number 2 in the world standings. Then, it didn't go so well for him. But it seems like he's found his swing again. He won the Superbad Classic. He won some other tournaments as well. So he's been really in great form. Perhaps since he started the podcast. Thank you to 68. Appreciate that. All right, and we see the board here on camera, the one where it's going to be fought out between Anish, Giri, and Hikaru Nakamura. We're less than a minute away, so let's pull up the board and let's try to anticipate what we can expect. All right, I don't see the game just yet. Let me refresh real quick. Nope, that didn't do anything. All right, it's going to start very soon. Yeah, there's no board yet. It's going to be up very soon here, I'm sure. Okay, we see Anish sitting down. Hikaru is going to sit down any moment, I expect. And the board should pop up any second as well. It will just pop up here at the top. I said Hikaru is going to sit down any moment. Okay. Wait, is he late? Because it is 10 minutes before the top of the hour. So I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru has not sat down yet. And if he hasn't, what is stopping the arbiter from starting the clock? But yeah, I'm very curious to see what Anish is going to play. If he's going to stick with e4, maybe he did some quick preparation in between the games, or if he's going to go d4 and switch it up. Let's see what is going to happen. And Hikaru sits down. We see the Anish is looking ready to shake hands, and Hikaru starts the clock, and we have e4 on the board. Hikaru plays e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a Berlin, and okay. Wait, let me refresh real quick. Let's hope. Yes, and there we have it. Okay, we went into the Berlin endgame. All right, so let's recap the first moves real quick. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6, cancels, knight c4, the start of the Berlin endgame. Takes, pawn takes. And so we get into this endgame where black has the 2 bishops, but white is a 4 versus 3 majority on the king side, and black is a 3.5 versus 3 majority on the queen side. So bishop d7, rook d1. All right, so we see this trade, 92. Anish playing very quickly. I'm sure that this is what he had prepared for the classical game. So a little bit risky by Hikaru to go right into that. Bishop e7 has been played, and now Anish goes knight to e4. He wants to go bishop g5 perhaps and trade off the bishops, but it's not easy to deal at all with this pawn majority on the king side. And Hikaru is thinking, it looks more pleasant for Anish Also is up on the clock. King e8 has been played. Let's see what Anish is going to do. Bishop g5 makes sense. A move like knight g3 is a move as well, stopping the move h5 from us. So let's see what is going to happen. I think Anish can be pretty happy about the outcome of the opening, but we all know how tenacious Hikaru is. Like, he's not going to go down without a fight. And if anything, Anish might have a very slight advantage, but it's nothing too concerning. All right, so let's see what he's going to do. Anish going for his first real thing of the game. Thanks, Walking Hobbit, for the 3 months. Send in some energy. Send in some energy. Bishop 4 is on the board. All right, let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Maybe h5 here, putting some pressure on this pawn over here. Anish will play f3, bishop e6, a logical move as well. Anish could go knight g5, but I don't think we have to be too concerned about that. I think Hikaru wants to go bishop d5, maybe rook d8, trade of one pair of rooks, and look at the clock. The time advantage is slowly but surely dwindling away. After the opening, Anish had a 3.5 time advantage. Now it's down to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So Hikaru is doing a very good job on that end. But yeah, guys. Okay, b3 on the board by Anish. Maybe now h5, f3, and bishop d5 certainly is a move. Hikaru goes a5. He wants to chip away on Anish's queen side. So now Anish could go a4 himself to stop the move a4 from Hikaru. But the move a4, it doesn't necessarily do too much. You can also go c4, gain some space on that side of the board, and stop the move bishop d5 from black. All right, so keep spamming that flower to give Hikaru power. It always works. It always works. And again, look at the clock. Hikaru now only down 3.5 minutes. Rook d3 on the board. Okay, maybe now is a good time to go h5, f3, and a4. Anish is probably going to go here, but you trade and you get the open a file for your rook, which is definitely annoying for white. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Hikaru back in the tank. Rook d8, also very sensible move. He goes a4, rook d1, blitzed out by Anish Giri, and h6, stopping white from playing knight g5 or bishop g5. Because if you allow white to do that, then this could be problematic, because white is trying checkmate here, and there's no good way to stop it. All right, so h6 on the board, knight g3, nice move by Anish. He wants to go knight f5 or knight h5, so maybe g6 is a good move, stopping those knight hops. Or, you know, you might as well take on b3 and go rook to a2. But these endgames are never easy. g6 on the board, knight e4, I expect. But keep going, guys. Keep sending in that energy. Keep sending in that energy. It always works. It always works. All right, so knight e3 or maybe f3. I think Hikaru is looking to go king f8, king g7. Looks pretty solid. Knight e4 back by Anish. And I like the move king f8, putting the king on g7. And then you can move in your other rook. So it looks pretty sensible. I like the fact that he's put these pawns here. Make sure that Anish cannot make use of the g5 square, and king f8 is on the board. He's 2.5 minutes behind on the clock, but after another 20 moves, a 1 second increment will kick in. So it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for Anish to flag Hikaru. And we know how quick Hikaru is. So even if he gets down to the last final seconds, he will find a way. And now Anish is thinking, let's see what he's going to come up with. But I really like what Hikaru's done. He's going to go king g7, maybe trade off a pair of rooks. He's going to open up the a file, and I think he should have great chances not to lose this one. They do not bid for clock time, so white gets 10 minutes, black gets 7 minutes, but black gets draw odds. And there will be a 1 second increment starting from move 40. What is happening in the Armageddon if it is a draw? If it is a draw, Hikaru wins. Bishop e3 has been played. Maybe Anish wants to go bishop c5, trade of these bishops. So I think move b6 makes perfect sense to stop bishop c5 and knight c5, and there we have it on the board. All right, so let's see what Anish is going to do here. He could go for a move like rook c3, taking the pawn, and again, look at the clock. Hikaru now only down 2 minutes, so that time advantage is slowly but surely dwindling away. That's what we like to see, and his next moves are pretty easy. He's going to go king g7, maybe rook d8, maybe take here, maybe c5, c4, all very sensible moves. All right, awesome. I'm happy to hear that, Suzanne, that it's, I just want to make sure that it's understandable for everyone. Anish is thinking here, he's only up 1.5 minutes on the clock. Draw is a great result. If Hikaru draws this game, he will get 1.5 points from this matchup. Again, because the classical game ended in a draw, both players get 1 point, and if you win the Armageddon, you get an additional ½ point, which doesn't matter for the FIDE classical ratings, but it does matter for the standings in this tournament. Knight c3, a little bit surprising. Anish attacking this pawn, so he's inviting Hikaru to trade, but after takes, king g7, I really do not see the problem. Maybe Anish wants to go for something like knight e2 followed by knight f4, or knight d4, very much possible, but king g7 looks very logical now. Knight e2 would also allow rook e2, and there we have knight e2 on the board. Rook hd8 is possible, but after knight f4, I don't see a good way to deal with this attack on the bishop. Now, h5 is a move, but I guess Anish is just going to go f3. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Rook 88 makes sense, perhaps. I mean, that way you could meet knight f4 with bishop to c8. But you know, I could go perhaps knight to d4. Although I guess you have bishop d5. So let's see which move Hikaru is going to come up with. I think if he trades off all of the rooks, it should be a draw. But let's see what he's going to do. Of course, it is a little bit unpleasant that he is down 2 minutes on the clock. That time advantage is definitely there, and it's definitely annoying. But let's hope he can work it away with some quick moves. Of course, I know everything. Yeah, my pleasure, my pleasure. All right, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. He is in a tank. He's spending more than a minute here. 94, knight f4, both of those moves are annoying. You don't want to go g5. You weaken a lot of squares around here. 94 followed by knight f5 is certainly an option. You also don't want to go c5 because of knight f4. And Hikaru has moved. He's played the move bishop c8. Wow. So his idea is that now knight d4 no longer attacks his bishop over here, and he can just go bishop e7, nicely defend everything. Knight f4 is a move, but it doesn't do that much, and he can just go rook a2. So I really like this move by him, and now the ball is back in Anish's court. But this move did take Hikaru some time. I think, let's have a look. It took him 1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes. That is quite significant if he only starts out with 7 minutes on the clock. But if it is a good move, it might be worth it. So let's see what Anish is going to do. I think at a good moment, Hikaru is looking to play the move h5 to open up this side of the board. c4 has been played by Anish. Maybe rook e2, attack the pawn. He goes rook e8. And I think he wants to move the bishop out of the way to attack this pawn on e5. Now let's see what Anish is going to do. King g2, very logical move, improving the position a little bit. Maybe bishop f8, attacking this pawn over here. Or bishop b7 to set up this check over here. But the moment you go bishop b7, you allow rook to d7. So let's see what he is going to do. Bishop f8 is on the board. Rook d8. Rook 8 is possible, but it doesn't do too much. Bishop b7 could be played. King g3. Nice move by Anish, because now if you take, there's bishop d4. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. You could go c5 to actually threaten this pawn. King g8 looks a little bit passive. Maybe he wants to go here. Maybe Anish could go f4 or rook d8. I mean, rook d8 is definitely a move. After bishop b7, maybe you trade once on rook d7. Let's see what Anish is going to go for. f4, defending this pawn over here. Anish definitely having a space advantage on the king side. Not an easy position that Hikaru finds himself in right now. Knight e4 is a move, and if you go c5, then white can move his knight to d5. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Not easy. Not easy at all. And he is down 2 minutes on the clock. Again, after another 12 moves, a 1 second increment will kick in, but it's only a second, and it looks like Anish is gaining the upper hand. So let's see which one he's going to go for. He's reaching for a piece. I think he's reaching for the bishop, or he goes bishop g7. Perhaps he wants to go g5 and smash up that structure. Now rook d8 is a move, but I guess he could go king back. Let's see what Anish is going to do here to try to increase the pressure. I think he wants to meet knight d4 with something like bishop to b7. All right. But yeah, again, 1 second of increment is really no time. It's really nothing, because with a 2 second increment, you take 1 second to think, 1 second to move. But with 1 second, it is so easy to flag. It is so easy to flag. So you really do not want to fall low. You really do not want to fall behind on the clock. So Hikaru is going to speed up here in the next couple of moves. He's looking a little bit more tense now. He knows, like, okay, I need to speed up. So let's see how he is going to do it. All right, Anish is thinking. He's now only up 1.5 minutes on the clock. But I think for Anish, as long as he keeps some time advantage, that is definitely in his favor. And Hikaru really needs to try to at least get the time advantage below a minute. All right, so let's see what he is going to do. I mean, knight d4 is a move. Moving rook to rook d8 is very much move as well. I think Hikaru wants to meet it with king f8, bring that king back to the center. And black is a little bit passive here with a lot of his pieces on the back rank, but not easy for white to break through. And look at this. The time advantage is now down to only a minute. Anish taking a lot of time here. I think he should just keep the flow of the game going, just keep making moves, keep the pressure. But now he's putting the pressure on himself. And look at this, the time advantage is down to only 50 seconds, and this is where Hikaru is good. So he's hanging in there. It's not an easy position. He knows that, but he's super resourceful, and he's making it as difficult as possible for Anish to make any sort of progress. And just remind everyone, now the time advantage is down to only 30 seconds. So keep sending in that, keep spamming that flower to give Hikaru power. And h4 has been played. Anish wants to go h5, chip away at Hikaru's pawn structure. But now, wait, maybe it's a great time to go h5. This was a big opportunity for Hikaru, because this trade is great for black. You get the g4 square for your bishop, where it's putting very annoying pressure. But he goes for the move b5. forcing a trade here on the queen side. Knight c3, nice move by Anish, attacking the pawn, and Anish could jump in here. If you go c6, then there's knight e4, but how concerned are you about that? I mean, the knight jumps in, big deal, you move your rook. But let's see, c6 is the right move here for Hikaru. Is he gonna play it? Now that he's only down 30 seconds on the clock. It's gotta go. C6 has been played. Maybe knight e4 by Anish, bishop e6, nice move, putting pressure on the pawn. Knight c5 doesn't phase us, we just put the bishop on d5, and he could create some pressure with the move rook a3, attacking this pawn over here. Bishop c5 would be a nice move perhaps by Anish, controlling some of these key squares, but it's not clear to me how he's going to continue. Knight d6 has been played, maybe rook d8, and I think the knight over here, it looks pretty, but it's not doing much. I'm starting to like it more and more for Hikaru. He wants to go something like rook a3, attack this pawn over here. The bishop could scoot back any moment to f8 and g5. A little bit surprising that Anish weakens these squares. If Hikaru will take, is Anish looking to recapture with the h file and maybe go for some sort of attack on the h file? It looks unlikely because rook a3 is coming in very quickly. Hikaru takes, Anish takes with the h pawn, rook a3 attacking the pawn. Maybe before Anish going for some full clampdown with a knight on d6, the pawn stopping any sort of break. The bishop on here is a little bit passive, but you know, you just said, and you move your rook into the game. I think Hikaru should hold, but he is down a little bit of time on the clock. b4 has been played. I suppose we'll see a trade of rooks, and then maybe he can start moving in this rook as well, or bishop f8, try to bring the bishop back that way. Let's see which one he's going to go for. Anish still having a slight time advantage. Rook d8. All right, I think Anish will put the bishop over here, or maybe trade himself. Let's see what is going to happen. And also, by the way, we're getting confirmation that the game between Aryantari and Wesley so ended in a draw. So the Armageddon of that one will start very quickly as well. Bishop c5, bishop f8 is on the board. Anish a little bit better, but is it going to be enough to knock down Hikaru? Knight b7, okay. I mean, bishop c4. Bishop c4 to me looks great. You force the trade, and you trade on your terms. He goes bishop d5, a fine move as well. I don't know what this does. I mean, you trade, you get the knight at c5, but again, the knight is only standing there, being pretty, doesn't do anything. And in the meantime, Black can trade, go rook a2, and create real counterplay through the second rank. Already there, Hikaru might be threatening to make a draw with someone like check and rook f2. So I think right now it's looking better and better for Hikaru. And right now he's up on the clock. He's up on the clock. They have to make another 2 moves to get the increment. Anish trades king f8. Knight e5 doesn't look like the way. I think Hikaru will just trade. You can also go rook a4 or rook a2 perhaps. Rook a4. I think a nice move by Hikaru. It's difficult for Anish here to keep the game going. Let's go rook d4. Check. Rook a2. You want to give a check over here. You want to go king e7. Swing in the other rook. So what is Anish going to do? Hikaru starts with king e7. I think this knight is completely out of the game. I don't see what Anish is going to do. I think Hikaru is going to win this game. You cannot move the rook. Then you allow this king f2 on the board. All right, maybe now rook h8. Rook h8. Swing in that rook as well. Or start giving checks over here. Rook h8 has been played. I don't know. I don't see how Anish can keep this game going. King g3 might be the only move, but let's see, go rook a3, threatening to go here. And after this, you just start repeating. You only need a draw. And if white goes, like let's say go here, here, we might see some repetition like this, and very difficult for Anish to keep the game going. Like you have to offer a rook trade. So it's looking great for Hikaru. King g3 on the board. Hikaru up 30 seconds. He's got the wooden shield. That's right. Bishop on d5, nicely anchored in by the opponent c6, and it's creating great attacking chances for his rook. Rook a2, threatening checkmate in 1. Anish has to stop it like this or this. He can sacrifice the exchange, but I don't think it's leading anywhere. And we have rook d2 on the board. I think Hikaru can just go here or give a check first. Both moves look completely fine. And yeah, it's looking very tough for Anish. Let's see which one Hikaru is going to go for. Rook e1, rook e2. Anish might realize that he has to take the draw here, but a draw means a loss. These games are also not FIDE rated, so he might as well try with something like rook takes d5. If you go rook 1 here, check, rook a2. What are you going to do? Rook here? You have to try something. If this game ends in a draw, he loses the match. Rook a1, I think you have to take. I mean, if you allow rook g1, Hikaru should always have a perpetual of any sort. Again, this move knight a5 was a terrible mistake by Anish. The knight is completely off here, and he goes for it. He sacrificed the exchange, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Take stakes. Check and rook h3. Rook c8, nice move. Rook c3 is his idea, and I don't see what Anish can do. Knight c6 is also stopped, and now his king is getting taken for a hunt. If you go king f3, check here, check. I mean, at the very least, you would never lose. So Anish down to his last 10 seconds, but king f3 on the board, check. Check here, check. Trade, yep. check, check, take. And, I mean, you're never going to lose this. Knight b7. Okay. King e6, knight d6. Knight b7, by the way, is a losing mistake. Hikaru can win the game now, even if he wants, with rook here. King d7 has been played. Nice move. Knight d6, king d6 might be a stalemate. Knight c5, king c6 perhaps, or king e7. I don't see a move there for Anish. King c6 on the board. Hikaru is threatening to take. Knight d4. Now, don't go king d7. That allows a fork. Rook d1. Nice move. He's going after the pawns. Knight d6, rook f1. Take. And it's just... Oh, that's a nice move. Giving that check for so controlled. Rook g4. Or taking this one. Rook g4. And you're never going to lose this. You're never going to lose this. e6. I suppose you take. Anish is starting to go e7 in here. But, yeah, knight f4. King d6. And I wonder if Hikaru rook g4 and take. Anish might as well just king c6. I mean, you're never gonna win. You're never gonna win. And Hikaru wins the game. All right, great stuff. Great stuff. He was in a bit of trouble at some point, but he found some great defensive moves and he turned this one around. All right, fantastic stuff. So Hikaru draws his classical game and wins the Armageddon. I think we cannot really ask for much more today. He played some very solid chess with the black pieces and he pulled out a win in the Armageddon. Fantastic stuff. And hey, you all did this. You all did this. You guys send in the energy. He soaks it all in and he pulls out the win. That's how we do things around here. All right, so great stuff for Hikaru. He gets 1.5 points from this matchup. Let's have a very quick look at the... I mean, I'm just going to have a very quick look at the standings. Right now, he's 1 point behind Fabiano. But if Fabiano wins his game, Fabiano will extend his lead quite a bit. But again, so far, great stuff. He's unbeaten in the tournament, 2.5 out of 4 in the classical, while he has played 3 black games. And he wins his Armageddon. So let's see when the matchup between Arjan Tori and Wesley So is going to start. It's going to start in 7 minutes. It's going to start in 7 minutes, so we definitely have a little bit of time. Let's have a look at what is happening in the other games. All right, so this game between Gukesh and Magnus, probably a draw, but if anyone is better, it is definitely Magnus because he has a 3 versus 2 majority on the king side, and Gukesh has a like 1.5 versus 1 majority on the queen side. I mean, Magnus definitely has the better pawn structure. That being said, these pawns over here are not terrible because they block black from giving checks to the white king. But, you know, Magnus is going to try. He's going to try to get Gukesh low on time. And with only 10 seconds of increment, anything can happen. But I think that the world champion did a great job of at least making sure he doesn't lose this one and creating some chances with the black pieces. Also, Fabiano is still looking to be in great shape to win this one. Queen d3 and c5 looks winning, followed by bishop b5. If he finds it, again, I think he's got great chances to win the tournament. And then we have the matchup between Shaq and Noderbeck. Probably a draw here. I mean, maybe something like g5. There's just so few pieces on the board. Black is probably going to win this pawn, but white is going to win this pawn over here. So still lots to play for. But with all of that being said, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, we are going to watch the Armageddon between Arjan Tari and Wesley. So you definitely don't want to miss this. Perhaps we will have Hikaru as well for a short interview. But at any rate, we will see you guys after the break. And welcome everyone to Norway Chess 2023. Right now we're watching the Armageddon game between Arjan Tari and Wesley. So in Arjan Tari, just like Hikaru, starts off with the King's Gambit. Wow, quite a surprising decision to me. I don't think I've ever seen Arjan do this, but he has gotten what he wanted. Like Wesley was thinking for a little bit. Wesley goes for a very solid line with takes and knight f6, bishop b5. Now he will take knight takes, and I'm curious to see how deep Arjan's preparation is here. He goes knight c3. Wesley will probably develop it, something like bishop d6, maybe castles or queen e2. Arjan seems to be well prepared, so that is what you want in the King's Gambit. You want to throw your opponent off and get a initiative out of the opening. So, all right, we're getting confirmation, by the way, that Hikaru is joining the studio first, the Chess.com studio, and then he will join us. So let's hope that we can pull up the Hikaru interview maybe when this is going on or after it is over. And Arjan keeps blitzing out moves. He trades on c6 and goes b3, and already I like his position. He wants to go bishop b2, followed by queenside castles. And on Wesley, he seems a little bit uncertain. Like, he didn't expect the King's Gambit at all. I mean, that is, of course, nobody ever expects the King's Gambit. e5 has been played. Bishop b2 now, I assume. You can go e4. White cannot take because there will be rook e8 at the end. But after queenside castles, these pawns are a little bit soft. So I really love what Arjan has done so far. And I think he's got great chances to win this one. He's already up a minute on the clock. All right, so guys, we are going to bring up the interview of Hikaru real quick. And welcome back to Norway Chess 2023, and we are joined by a very special guest, none other than Hikaru. So Hikaru, you won your match in the Armageddon first day draw in Classical. What are your overall feelings?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good about today. I think I said it in the confessional. When I look at the top players, I think that Anish is probably the best prepared player overall, and the fact that I was able to surprise him, get an equal position with really not a whole lot of play, was very good. The Armageddon game was very choppy, of course, but I think I played quite well in the critical moments, and it's all's well that ends well. So finally, I win an Armageddon.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, we'll get into that real soon. In the meantime, we have this game between Aryan Tari and Wesley So going on. We saw you
It's just a draw.
on the Chess.com broadcast. Yeah, it just looks to be ending in a draw, but quite shocking that Aryan missed that opportunity to go c3 and trap Wesley's rook.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just one of those things where there's certain moments where there's like that intuition, that feel, and he wasn't able to stop and think at that critical moment, and it cost him a chance of getting a very very valuable extra half point against Wesley. So I feel bad for Tari, but on the other hand, for me, I'm playing tomorrow, so if anything, him having a little bit less confidence is probably a good thing.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, this game is going to end in a draw any moment. I mean, Tari has to take, then Wesley will take, and Tari is actually the one fighting for a draw with that C pawn, but that's not going to be enough. Um,
Right.
uh, yeah, so I guess we'll just watch the final moments of this game real quick, and then we'll come back to. Oh, Wesley just goes Queen C5, doesn't care.
I thought he would go. He would make the stalemate, take the pawn on c7. Yeah.
That's what he ended up doing. Okay, well, this game ended in a draw, but yeah, so let's talk real quick about your game. So, seemed like a pretty comfortable draw with the black pieces. So, you surprised him with the a little bit with the Sicilian, not your usual response. Usually, you play
Well, I mean,
E5.
I played the Sicilian in the American Cup. Let's be fair.
I, I
But no.
so,
So
but you surprised him a little bit.
what I surprised him with G6 is obviously both in the American Cup against Wesley and then even the Chess Champions Tour. I played E5 here, of course, on move 3 multiple times against Fabiano, Wesley, and others. Magnus played it, of course, as well against Wesley in that Chess Champions Tour event too. So I played G6, which isn't a line I've played in a while, but of course it's completely solid as well. And I think Anish wasn't really expecting it. And once I did that, I just I got into this line, which was very very forcing here with this whole D3, E5, C3, Knight F6. And I mean, all of this was played already in the game between Farouj and Pragnananta. I think up until A4, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, I basically just got to play all these moves without even having to think. And it's very nice. You're in an endgame without using any time with the black pieces. I mean, what more can you really ask for at the top level? Yeah, and I mean, I think up until A4, this was the game. And then after A4, Knight F5, I was already starting to feel a little bit optimistic. But then Anish played Knight F3, which is just a very solid way of kind of forcing. I don't want to say it forced a draw because I guess theoretically I can play Rook A8 and keep it going. But I mean, when you see C5 is just so simple. There's no reason to go for this. So yeah, I played C5. Game ended very quickly, and then we went to the Armageddon. So I mean, you can't really ask for more with the black pieces. I mean, if your opponent's just going to be rock solid, that is unlike Ali Reza. So
Yeah,
yeah.
no, that's kind of what I thought as well. Yeah, you made a draw with the black pieces. Didn't really seem that there was much more to it in a classical, and yeah, you won the Armageddon. So let's talk about the Armageddon real quick. So you got the Berlin endgame on
Mhm.
the board. So I suppose this is what he probably prepared. Do you think this is what he prepared for the classical game?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so. Maybe he did. I find it hard to believe that this is what he prepared because I mean, this line it doesn't really offer a whole lot for white, certainly. But I obviously didn't play it super precisely. Yeah, like this is all fine. I mean, I think King C8 might be better than King E8, but at any rate, the show goes on, and I mean, I think for like a couple of moves, I was complete Bishop F4, yeah, Bishop E6, all this is fine. No, I think what I did was fine, but somewhere around this position after Rook D3, A4. Rook A D1. Around here, I think I misplayed it. Maybe H6 is okay still. Yeah, I think H6 is still fine.
I think he actually played pretty all right with H6 and G6, not giving away any of
No, I think
these
this was fine, but then a few moves later, I messed it up. I think somewhere around here it was completely fine, and then I like here I think B6 was wrong. I don't know. Like I thought letting him get the whole 92 knight C3 92 was just horrible. I have a feeling that maybe King G7 is okay here. Maybe H5 is okay. I mean, I had a feeling there was something, and then yeah, like Bishop H4.
Yeah, perhaps you could have done this as well, but yeah, to me,
No,
bishop
because the point
to
is
me,
once he got once he got knight c3 knight e2, I actually thought I was in real danger. That's why I say this, because like yeah, once he goes knight e2, suddenly I think I mean maybe it's okay, I don't know, but it starts to feel really scary with knight d4 and knight f4 both available. Maybe it's not, but I think it's just very practically speaking hard to play for black here. But yeah, I mean it goes on. What did I play here? Yeah, bishop c8, c4. Then I played rook e8, which is not good. King g2, yeah, king g3, also a good move. Yeah, and somewhere around
yeah,
here, I just started to get really scared after he played f4. And I think it's quite good for white. I don't know how good it is. Maybe I mean, computer doesn't really seem convinced that it's all that great, but yeah, somewhere around h4. H4, I played b5, right? Is this position where I
you
played
had the
b5? Yeah,
opportunity to go h5, which would have been
yeah.
great.
I mean, I played b5 because I wasn't sure what to play. I thought h5 might create a weakness with like takes knight d4 and something happening. I guess I have bishop g4 in between and then c5, but basically I didn't know what was happening. I thought after b5, at least I have a clear plan. That's why I played b5 actually. Was because here after takes, I have a clear plan. Like when he trades, I'm going to go c6, bishop e6, and it's very simplified. I go after the b pawn, and I don't think white has easy breaks with like f5 or g5. So because there are no easy breaks, my plan becomes instant, and then at least the clock starts to even out. And if he's not precise, I think I have great chances to win the game.
Yeah, apparently after b5 he had to move rook d8 first, and then maybe a trade in knight d4. So perhaps there was the one opportunity for Anish, but yeah, it felt right around here that your moves became a lot easier, and the time situation really started evening up. But yeah, feel free to keep talking.
Yeah,
What
I mean,
else went through
no,
your
I
mind?
think this was really the critical moment. Once everything started simplifying around here, I got c6, bishop e6. I mean, it's still probably better for white, but I can start playing moves in like 1 to 2 seconds. I don't have to use a lot of time. The moves are obvious. And in an Armageddon game, if you get in that situation where your moves, especially with the black, is where you're lower on time, it becomes a lot easier and a lot more manageable. And so I think this around here is a critical moment. Anish wasn't quite precise, and I found a way to win the game. And so all's well that ends well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the knight maneuver to d6, it looks great, but the knight is just sitting there, not doing that much, and you created a great counterplay along the a file. And
Yeah,
when
because
did
see,
you
already here
go
after rook
ahead.
a8, I felt very good. Because the point is, I mean,
Mhm.
I just put the bishop on d5. White doesn't have f5. You can go bishop f8. I can trade the rooks. I'm spoiled for the choice, and white still has to win the game. And time is evening out. So with all of these things, all these things being equal, already here I had a pretty good idea that I was going to survive the game.
All right,
And I
awesome.
think the
And
final one was once he went knight a5. That was when I knew that I was going to survive. Yeah, when he traded and went knight a5, this is when I knew for sure that I would be fine. I mean, he can still go knight c5, but even there, just rook a2, rook a1, rook a3. I mean, I just have too many options. It's just too hard to play because you have to use time as white. Now, all I'm aiming for is to use the a file to play rook g1. I have one idea, I can tunnel on it, and it's just very easy to play.
exactly, yeah, it seemed very difficult for him to keep the game going because you always threaten to enter, and if he goes here, you just keep going back and forth. Yeah, knight a5 looked really off because the knight was just out of the game. So I guess, when did you realize it was in the bag?
I think around at rook a4. Once I was able to go rook a4 and king e7, I felt very comfortable about the position. I was pretty sure that I would win the game.
All right, awesome. All right, so yeah, great stuff. You get another 1.5 points on the scoreboard. So yeah, is there anything else you we see you're on site, you're using Maria's setup, so big shout out to Maria for providing that. Are there any of the other games you want to look at, or anything you want to say to the fans?
Not really. I'm just very pleased with my result. For somebody who doesn't consider myself a pro player and plays casually, I mean, I seem to be able to keep up with the prep and everything else. So I'm just very pleased with my results so far, and I'm just looking forward to the rest of the tournament.
All right, awesome. And tomorrow you're playing Ariantari, the lowest seed in the tournament. He's at the end of the leaderboard. What are your thoughts about that game against him?
I mean, you just do some preparation, try to play good chess, and see what happens. He's obviously very strong. I mean, very unlucky to not have won that game against Noterbeck for sure early in the event. So you just take it one game at a time and see how it goes. But hopefully things go well. But mainly, I'll just go back, prepare, get ready, and all the usual stuff that I always do.
All right, awesome. Well, Hikaru, unless there's anything else you want to say to the fans, we're gonna let you go. So, any last
Mhm.
words?
No, I'm good. But thank you for doing the coverage, and I'll see everybody tomorrow as well. And make sure to check out the recap, obviously, which I will be doing very shortly.
All right, awesome. Okay, well,
Okay.
best of luck tomorrow, and we look forward to seeing your recap.
All right. See you guys. Bye.
Oh, oh yeah. All right. So yeah, we were lucky enough to get him for an interview. Okay, so yeah, he won his Armageddon game against Anish. So let's see what is happening in the other game. So we have more results. Fabiano won his game with the black pieces against Ali Reza Faruja. Sorry for those of you who missed the action. We were watching Hikaru's game, but we left off right around here after Queen takes c2. Fabiano threatening checkmate in 1. Bishop d2 was played. Queen e4, King f1, Queen d3, and now an excellent move, c5. Fabiano just wants to go bishop e5 and queen e2 checkmate. And even though white is up a full rook, there's nothing you can do. Faruja played h4, bishop e5, king f2. He took the bishop. And queen e3 took a pawn with check. Then he took another pawn with check. And finally, he collected the d pawn. White went rook takes h7, hoping for some counterplay. But that move came. But here, Fabiano's move came as a cold shower. He played the move queen f8, forcing the queens off. And white is completely lost because they have no way of stopping 4 pawns. Black has 4 pawns for the exchange, and so it's completely lost. So Fabiano wins another game and takes a hefty lead in the tournament. Right now he's on 10.5 points. Hikaru currently is in 2nd place with 6.5. Then Faruja right now he's on 3rd place. But we have the Armageddons coming up. So let's have a look. We will have an Armageddon between Shaq and Noiterback. And that is actually it. And then the game between Magnus and Gukesh is still in full swing. Magnus doing his best to create some chances. He's really squeezing water from a stone. What about Queen e1 here? Threatening checkmate in 1. King e2, maybe h4. Changing the pawn structure over here. And he's starting to set his pawns in motion, creating some checkmating ideas over here. I think Magnus, especially given the time situation, he has 14 minutes against 7. Definitely still has some chance to win this one because there will only be a 10-second increment. So yeah, we'll see what's going to happen in this one, but I'm sure the Armageddon is gonna start very soon. Let's check on that. So yeah, let's see when the Armageddon between Mamedyarov and Noterback is gonna start. All right, but yeah, great tournament so far for Fabiano. He is on 3.5 out of 4. He's on 3.5 out of 4. Yeah, he won his first game against Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. Then he made a draw with Anish in the classical. He won the Armageddon. Then he beat Tarian with the white pieces, and now he beat Faruja with black. So really, a dream tournament for him so far. All right, so the Armageddon is going to start in 14 minutes. But yeah, right now we only have one game in progress. I think Magnus is going to win. But of course we'll have to wait and see if he will actually do it. Also, you guys, be on the lookout for Hikaru's recap after the interview. I'm sure he was on the way back, and it's going to be up very, very soon. So just make sure to be on the lookout for that, and yeah, keep supporting your favorite chess content creator. Yes, Fabi, I mean, he could hit 2800. I think it's somewhat unlikely. Right now, Fabiano's rating is 2788, so he would have to win another 3 games. So it's possible, but I think it's unlikely. I mean, there's 4 more games to go. King h2 has just been played. So let's see what Magnus is going to do here. Oh, and by the way, yeah, Fabiano, yeah, there's still 5 more games to go, and he's got 3 white games in those 5 games. So it's looking great for him. But h4 has been played by Magnus. Attacking this pawn over here, Gukesh takes. I think Magnus will take, go back, do the tickle, as Hikaru likes to say, and then he will push up that g-pawn. This king over here is nicely shielded from all of the checks. And the nice thing over here after g4 is white cannot play moves like queen f5 because this allows queen e5. And I'm sure that this pawn has to be winning for black because white has these double pawns over here. All right, so yeah, not easy at all for Gukesh to defend this one. He's playing against the best player in the world, and he must be feeling the pressure. So let's see what is going to happen. King h2, g4 now looks like a good move to me. He's not threatening checkmate just yet, but he's setting it up. He's setting it up. Also, queen e5 is an annoying move, and honestly, it's hard to see what Gukesh will play here. Like, you have to make a move, right? But you cannot go, let's say, queen e5 as well, because queen e5 will force off the queens and lead black to a winning king and pawn game. But Magnus is thinking here, and we have the move g4 on the board. Yes, Hikaru is going to be playing Fabiano in the last game with the white pieces. So if Hikaru is behind, that will perhaps be an opportunity to catch up in the standings. So let's see if he can make it happen. And I mean, you guys have to keep in mind, Hikaru says like, well, I'm not a pro chess player. I don't study as much. I mean, I'm sure that in between his streams, he will still try to study a decent amount. And yeah, at this tournament, he's preparing himself. He's got a second with him, so he's still taking things very professionally. And you know, he yeah, again, he's fully invested in this tournament. Yeah, that game could also be for the number 2 rating, which is not super important just yet, but it towards the end of the year, that is definitely gonna matter. Yeah, Fabiano has won. Yeah, he's on 3.5 out of 4. He's won 3 games in classical. That's very impressive. Yes, Fabiano is up to number 2 in the world ranking. So if Fabiano manages to hold that rating or that spot on the rating list, he would qualify for the candidates. But I'm sure that Fabiano, he's going to play in the World Cup. He's going to play in the Grand Swiss. He's also doing well in the FIDE circuit, so he will try to get in that way as well. But yeah, it would be nice if Hikaru will get in those 4 FIDE circuit tournaments that he would need to qualify to the candidates by rating. Yeah, so he's playing this one. He's playing the Isle of Man. I don't know which other ones he's playing. So, I mean, maybe he's playing the World Rapid and Blitz, but yeah, he would have to play some tournaments. Maybe he's playing one of the St. Louis events, like the Sinkfield Cup, anything like that. But right now we see that Gukesh is getting down to his last 6 minutes. Not easy at all when you're facing the goat. Also, if you play a move like g3, might be possible, but you're giving up this pawn on g3, so it looks extremely dangerous. Then Magnus can move his queen back and start creating threats against the white king. So a tough game for Gukesh, who's now down 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Yeah, so let's see what is going to happen. Looking tough for Gukesh. If you guys have any questions in the chat, feel free to ask. You know, it's always a lot of fun. Tata Steel, well, Tata Steel will count, but that will only be in January, so it will be a little bit too late. You will have to play those tournaments before. Wait, let me see. Players at least 4 FIDE tournaments. I wonder when that is determined. So I would think that they take the highest rated player as of January 1st, 2024. But by that time you will have to have played 4 FIDE circuit tournaments. Yeah, Magnus will probably not play the candidates. I think it's very unlikely. But in the meantime, Gukesh is getting down to his last 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. So it's only getting tougher and tougher for the young Indian prodigy. Would Magnus play the World Championship if he has to play Hikaru? I don't think that necessarily is a factor for him. Hikaru said in an interview that he felt like had he finished second in the candidates, he felt that Magnus would have played the World Championship. But Magnus said that he would have liked it less to decline, but he still would have declined to play. Yeah, sadly the American Cup didn't count for the FIDE circuit, which is a little bit unfortunate for Hikaru. I think it's just because well, I mean, I understand this rule that they don't want players, they don't want tournaments to count if it's all players with the same nationality, because then it can easily get rigged and stuff like that. But the American Cup clearly was a legitimate tournament, so unfortunate for Hikaru, it doesn't count, but it is what it is. So yeah, he will play the Grand Swiss. He will have to do well over there. And yeah, then he will probably have to find another tournament. I mean, maybe he can play the World Rapid and Blitz, but I don't know what else there is for Hikaru to play. But I'm sure he will figure something out. It would be, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he can find a tournament to play and that way get into the candidates. And he should. He really deserves a spot at the candidates. If I look at the players right now who would really deserve a spot there, I mean, you're definitely talking about Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, probably Anish, Wesley, And then all sorts of other guys like, I mean, Fallujah definitely deserves to be in there. And then, you know, maybe someone like Report can get in there as well, maybe MVL. So it's going to be exciting to see who will make it in. But I think overall Hikaru should have pretty good chances to make it in now that the rating spot is up for grabs, but it's still very far away. Yes, the American Cup was stronger than the US Champs, exactly. Yep. Good cash getting down to his last 2.5 minutes. Well, right now, so the thing is with the Grand Swiss, they invite the top 100 players. Right now, I'm outside of the top 100, but let's see. Yeah, I'm a little bit outside of the top 100, but very often people decline and then spots open up. So if I'll get the opportunity to play, I would at the very least seriously consider it. Of course, depends on a lot of factors. But yeah, definitely. I would definitely consider to play. It's not probably yes. Gukesh has the move. He's dropping below 2 minutes. Would be exciting to see Noderbeck in the candidates as well. Yes. I think right now, though, if I'm being very honest, Noderbeck, fantastic player. I think right now he's not quite there yet. He's not yet at the same level as, let's say, Hikaru, Wesley, all of those guys. He's not far, but he's still a little bit too unstable, it seems, if I'm being very honest. That is my observation right now. I mean, he lost that game yesterday to Noderbeck, and Gukesh down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's a tough spot. That's a tough spot. Let's see if he will hold this one. Yes, king is a little bit exposed. Not easy at all. I mean, maybe queen c4, but with only 10 seconds of increment, he plays the move queen to c6. All right, so let's see what Magnus is going to do. He could give a check and go g3. Actually, that looks extremely dangerous. He's starting checkmate here with the move queen d4. Like, let's say you go here, queen e4. If you go here, there's checkmate. And if you go here, it will be checkmate over here. So let's see if Magnus is going to go for this. Magnus would like to slowly push. He doesn't want to make any committal decisions just yet. Just make Gukesh burn his clock and slowly but surely increase the pressure. All right. But that would be awesome. That would be awesome if Hikaru qualifies to the World Championship. I mean, he was very close. And if I look at the World Championship, I mean, I'm in no position to judge at all. I think that's also what Hikaru said because he didn't get there. But it feels like both players played below their level. So I think Hikaru definitely would have had a chance to win against both of them. Especially because, like he says, he's always a little bit more chilled out. What are the standings right now? Let's have a very quick look. Okay, so right now, Fabiana Caruana is leading the tournament with 10.5 points. Then we have Hikaru with 6.5. Then we have Fallujah on 6, Anish on 5, Wesley on 5. Then we have Noderbeck on 5 as well, but Noderbeck has that Armageddon coming up against Shakir and Mamjarov. Gukesh on 4.5, Shaq on 3.5, Magnus on 3. But I predict a win here for Magnus and then Arjan Tari on 2 points. But again, I think Magnus is going to get a full 3 points from this game. And that would actually catapult him in the standings. All of a sudden, he would be up to number 3. So that's always the interesting thing about Norway chess because of this 3-point scoring system. No, he cannot keep checking until it's a draw. Because, for example, here, if you check f5, or no, yeah, queen e5 already kills it. Because you force a queen trade, and this e-pawn is going to decide the game. So queen b6 has been played. He's definitely under a lot of pressure. So let's see what is going to happen. We had Armageddon between Shaq and Noderbeck is going to start very, very soon. I would give the very slight edge to Noderbeck. Shaq lost the other day to Gukesh. Noderbeck also won the Blitz tournament. He's a world rapid champion. So definitely giving the edge to Noderbeck. And I'm wondering what if Magnus gives a check right now. So if the king goes back, maybe king h4. Maybe you can move your king up f5. I mean, it looks extremely scary for Gukesh, not easy to hold at all. So yeah, I think Magnus has got a great chance to win this one. Also, I mean, he's got 10 minutes against 1 minute, and that's definitely a big edge as well. If I will play, then who will host the Grand Swiss? I don't know. I don't know who will host the Grand Swiss, but I'm sure there will be many great commentators who will step up. and do the job. All right. Magnus thinking here, he just dropped below 10 minutes. Also, we're getting the Armageddon in less than 2 minutes, which should be exciting. I mean, G3 is a move, but the problem with the move G3 is that then White's king is always pretty exposed. But I think it might be a good idea because also you stop Black's king from moving up the board. Well, Irina Crush, yes, she's a great commentator, but during the Grand Swiss, there's also the Women's Grand Swiss. So she will probably want to play in that one. But I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm just guessing. But yeah, let's have a look at what is going to happen here. So Queen B6 on the board. Magnus dropping down to 9 minutes. I'm sure he realizes that he's got a great opportunity to get a win on the board here. And just to remind everyone, the difference between a win and a draw is very significant. With a win in this game, Magnus moves up to shared 3rd place, but with a draw, he would be, if at the very best, he would be tied for 7th. So there's a big difference. So let's see how he's going to pull out a win here. I mean, I think if anyone, he can do it. All right, so let's see what he's going to do. Down to 8.5 minutes now. Also, the Armageddon is going to happen in less than a minute, actually very, very soon. So let's pull it up right here. It's going to be between Shakhr Marmajarov and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Both of these players are very aggressive. Again, Nodirbek, he's a World Rapid Champion. He won the Blitz tournament. I give him the slight edge, but Shaq is no stranger to Blitz chess as well. So let's see what he's going to pull out. I mean, is he going to go D4, C4, Knight of 3? It's always interesting to see what he's going to play. But we're getting the game is going to start any moment now. It's going to start any moment. I think. Is it? Wait. We don't have any moves just yet. Win, yes. Well, if Magnus wins that game, he's not tied for the lead. He's still quite a bit behind, but he will get closer. He will get closer for sure. All right. Wait. Game hasn't started yet. Yes, the ratings are extremely close behind Magnus. So again, right now Fabiano is the number 2 with 2788. Then we have Faruja 2784, Hikaru 2780, Ding 2780, Nepo 2799, and then Anish 2771. So and then Wesley is not too far either with 2765. So all of those players will be fighting it out for the rating spot. In the meantime, we're still waiting for this game to start, which is a little bit odd. Big Shaq's got this. Yeah, let me know in the chat who you guys think, who you guys got. Do you think it's going to be Shaq? Do you think it's going to be Noderbeck? And there C4 is on the board. We are finally off E6 by Noderbeck. He wants to go D5. Shaq, D4, D5. Let's see what he's going to do. Knight C3 perhaps, or Knight of 3 possible. So Shaq often likes to confuse his opponent by going for some early G4 stuff or whatever it is. Maybe is he G4, G4, G4. He's going to do it. G4. He's going to do something like that. I know it. Hello, Hikaru. How's it going? He says, we do what we can. Okay, it's always awesome to have him in the chat. I'm sure the recap is going to be up very soon. Bishop F4. I know that Shaq wants to go G4. I just want to check. Is G4 even a move here? No. Anyway, I mean, it is a move. Anyway, A3 has been played. The idea is to sometimes go for a quick Knight B5 jump because now there's no Knight B4. You attack this pawn. So let's see what Noderbeck is going to do. Okay, Knight B7 on the board. Yeah, Knight B5 is the idea as far as I know. And Knight E8, Black has to jump back to defend this pawn. E3, Shaq developing. The one thing I don't like is that his time advantage has already shrunk a little bit. Right now it's only 2 minutes and like 40 seconds. Knight D6 by Noderbeck, offering the trade of knights. I think Shaq will probably move his bishop back, but I like what Noderbeck is doing. But Black could perhaps also take and go play something like C5. So what? Let's see what is going to happen. A Shaq in the tank, only up 2.5 minutes on the clock. He trades. Okay, I guess bishop takes by Noterback. You could also take with the pawn. And then he takes with the bishop. Okay, offering the trade of bishop. So let's see what Shaq is going to do. He can trade himself, but then the structure is fairly symmetrical. Not quite what you want. Bishop g3, very logical move. Every London player knows this pattern. If you take, you get the open h file for white. And, you know, you can use that for the time being. So I think definitely the right decision by Noterback not to trade. And he goes for the move b6. So let's see what Big Shaq is going to do. Maybe something like queen c2, bishop d3, attack this one over here. But Noterback playing very quickly, only down 2 minutes and 10 seconds now. So let's see what is going to happen. All right, Shaq. Shaq is still thinking. All right, yeah, guys, keep up the positive energy. That's what we're all trying to do here. And let's see what Shaq is going to play. He's still thinking. We don't have a move just yet. Also, I will keep an eye on the Magnus game, but we'll go back to the game after this one is over. Lucas just dropped below his last minute, and Shaq and Magnus has 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. But Shaq played bishop h4, bishop b7. I mean, I think he should go back, and Noterback could repeat, but he can also play bishop to b7. And in general, repeating is in Noterback's favor, because then he gets closer to the 40th move, and then he will get that 1 second increment. So, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised by how Shaq is playing this game. Not very convincing so far. But I think Noterback is doing a great job. He wants to go bishop b7, maybe after bishop g3, go bishop d6 back. After white castles, then he will take and play c5. And black is a very, very solid position. So tough for Shaq to make anything out of this. Now, big question is Noterback going to repeat? He goes bishop b7. I think the right decision, I think this is better than bishop d6. So you don't even have to repeat. And now you can go c5 in one go. Shaq castles, c5 is a move, or bishop d6 right now. Again, offering the trade of bishops. You can also go a6, b5, followed by c5. But bishop d6, a very solid move. He wants to go queen e7. Rook c1 has been played, take, and c5. There we have it on the board. I would say so far, really an example, Armageddon game so far by Noterback. He's playing very solid, trading off some pieces, cutting into Shaq's time advantage, and his chances to win this one are only getting better and better. But bishop b5, a good move by Shaq, putting some pressure on this knight, threatening to take and take over here. Black can take on d4, but then white will take either with the knight or with the queen, and white will definitely have some pressure along the c file and d file. So let's see what Noterback is going to do. This is his first real think of the game. And right now, Shaq's time advantage is expanding. He's up 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. Yeah, I mean, Shaq is more of a d4 player, right? So if he plays d4, then the logical follow-up is c4. Okay, he takes with the knight. Very logical. He wants to keep pieces on the board. 95. Solid move by Noterback. Maybe queen a4, rook fd1 makes a lot of sense. Or queen g5. Keep in mind, you have to win. So moving the pieces a little bit closer to Noterback's king does make some sense. And we have f4 on the board, attacking the knight. Let's see, maybe knight g6 is what Noterback is going to do. But then, you know, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Shaq will play for something like queen h5 and try to start up some sort of kingside attack. So let's see what Noterback is going to do. a6 is possible as well, but he goes knight g6. Let's see, I somehow expect this move queen h5. I don't know what it is. I mean, although black does have to move queen e5. Queen a4 an option as well, or bishop c6, offering the trade of bishops. White is a little bit better here, but it's already a little bit simplified. And again, the time advantage is dwindling. So let's see what Shaq is going to do. Queen a4 has been played. All right, now e5 is definitely a possibility, but knight c6. But Shaq wants to go for a very quick rook f to d1. And black is lacking good squares for his bishop. The knight is a little bit off on g6. I think Noterback should have played the move knight f6, perhaps, where it's on a very solid square. Now this knight is jumping around a little bit. But yeah, let's see what is going to happen. Magnus might have thrown it a little bit, and also his clock is down to 2 minutes, but Gukesh is down to his last 30 seconds. But again, we will get back to the game right after this one is over. Queen e5, posing the threat of checkmate in one. So Shaq will have to stop it. He goes bishop c6, takes. And again, even though some pieces are off the board, white definitely has an initiative. He wants to go rook d1. The queen is lacking a good square. And it will be Shaq who is controlling the C and D files. And now he's up 2 minutes on the clock. So I like what he's done here over the last couple of moves. Sometimes the best moves are to trade off pieces. And so that is what you should do even when you need a win. Queen d2 by Noorderbeck, attacking the pawn on b2, and a pawn on e3. Queen b3 by Shaq, defending both pawns at the same time. And Noorderbeck keeps thinking, again, this is not easy at all. Shaq wants to go rook fd1, kick the queen away. The queen can still go to e2, but it doesn't look super stable over there. Rook c8 on the board. Okay, I guess rook d1, queen e2, and then I'm curious to see what Shaq is going to do. Maybe rook d7, start infiltrating the position with his rooks. What was the result of Hikaru versus Giri? The classical game ended in a draw, and Hikaru won the Armageddon. So he gets 1.5 points on the scoreboard today. All right, now Shaq is thinking, let's see what he's going to do. Rook f1 makes a lot of sense to me. You can also go e4, followed by rook f1 perhaps. Lots of options. I mean, this move is very automatic, but then queen e2 will be blitzed out by Noorderbeck, and the ball will be back in Shaq's court. Again, rook d7 makes sense, putting some pressure over here. Maybe he can somehow go for an attack against the king, although I don't quite see how to... Although, wait. After this here, you would be threatening f5, perhaps. Yeah, like, let's say you go f5, attack the... Although, I guess they're... Anyway, whatever. Rook c3 has been played. Let's see what Noorderbeck's going to do. Rook d3 might be an idea. Although the queen can go here. Maybe h6. Why not create some luft for the king? Or move the queen back, even though the queen is still lacking comfortable squares. And I feel like the time advantage is definitely a factor here. Noorderbeck down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. We know how strong he is on his last seconds, but only if you only have 1 second, then it's sometimes just too much. Do I think Fabiano will win it all? I think it will be extremely difficult for any of the other players to catch Fabiano right now. That being said, 4 points seems like a lot, but it's actually only 1 point in classical. So if Fabiano loses and Hikaru wins, all of a sudden it's very close. But yeah, it's not looking easy at all. I mean, Fabiano so far, he's had a dream tournament. He's won 3 games in classical, drew 1 game with black, and won the Armageddon there as well. h5 by Noorderbeck. Perhaps he wants to go h4, and after the trade, his knight will jump in. But now maybe f5 by Shaq. Take a look at this. He's all of a sudden creating real threats over here. Apparently, you have to play rook d3 first, and then here, or rook d7. Not easy at all. I don't think Shaq will play the move f5. I think it's more likely he'll play something like this, or rook c1. Does rook c1 create a threat, though? What if Noorderbeck just goes h4? I mean, I guess you go rook c2 and kick the queen back that way. But rook c7 by Noorderbeck has been played. Nice move. He wants to go rook c8. And let's see what Big Shaq is going to do here. The rooks are nicely doubled on the c file, but you're not really creating any real threats with them. So let's see what he is going to do. I mean, you can kick the queen back, but it just goes to d6. Not the end of the world at all. Rook c2 on the board. Yeah, I mean, if Hikaru wins the last game against Fabiano, that could really shake up the standings. But that will only be in the last round of the tournament. So Hikaru will have to catch up a little bit before that. But tomorrow is a great opportunity. He's playing Ariantari, a good player, but he is the lowest seed in the tournament. And Hikaru will have the white pieces. So if Hikaru wants to win a tournament, and you're playing the lowest seed in the field with white pieces, that is a must-win situation. There's no other way to put it. Anyway, rook c4 has been played by Shaq. Maybe rook d4 or rook d1 is his idea, but Noorderbeck could just bring in the rook if he wants to. Although, this does give Shaq the opportunity to win a pawn. So not easy, but Noorderbeck goes for it. He goes rook c8. Shaq could take, but that would distract his pieces a little bit, and maybe Noorderbeck could go for some counterplay against White's king. So let's see what is going to happen. Arjan's rating. Arjan's rating is 2640. Yeah, so close to the top 100, but just a little bit outside of it. But let's see what Shaq is going to do. The time advantage keeps shrinking. Right now, he's only up a minute on the clock. I think Noorderbeck is doing a great job over the last couple of moves. I think he's, yeah, I mean, it's too early to say that he's going to hold here, but he's doing a good job coming back. Anyway, queen c3 by Shaq. I think that is threatening 97. Like, let's say you go here, 97 check with a double attack, and if you go here, you lose this rook. If you take with the knight, you lose this rook. So I think I like the move that Noorderbeck plays. He plays king h7, making sure that this move no longer comes with a check. b4, nice move by Shaq, trying to anchor in the knight with the move b5. That is why Noorderbeck stopped with the move a6, and Shaq reinforces that idea with the move a4. But now, what about knight e7? I mean, you get b5, but after takes, the knight starts jumping around. The white king is a little bit vulnerable, but Noorderbeck down to his last 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. He could also go knight e7 and take. Perhaps that could force a draw. Knight e7, you cannot take. That leaves your rook hanging. So b5 is going to have to be played by Shaq. And then I wonder, after takes, can you just force every piece off? Although, I guess, I mean, maybe why not? Maybe why not? You start pushing the b-pawn as a decoy. Rook d4. Wait, is that a move? Wait, knight d5? Oh, no, wait. Rook c6. When 95 has been played, Norway missed a big opportunity. He had to move rook takes c6. If you take, you're down a piece. And if you give a check, black goes here. If you take the rook, black takes like this. And if you take, then here and here. Anyway, we have more moves. 95, queen e3, f5, b5 anchoring in the knight, take, and now e4, blasting open the queen side. King side, sorry. Takes. I think Shaq is in the driver's seat again. He takes with the rook. The pawn on e6 is terribly weak. He wants to go rook e4, and it's going to be very difficult. Rook e1, sorry. And it's going to be very difficult to defend. And Noterbeck down to his last minute and 45 seconds. So is Shaq going to pull out the win here? Rook d7 on the board. Okay, I guess rook e1, although there is a check and maybe some sort of discovery. Let's see what it's going to do. 3 minutes, rook d4, neutralizing this discovery on the d-file. Shaq having some nice pressure here. He has the time advantage. So I think he's got great chances to win this one, but still it's way too early to call it. So let's see what Noterbeck's going to do. Very, very surprising that Noterbeck didn't take a little bit more time, and instead of 95, found the move rook takes c6. Thank you, Raider. Anyway, queen f8 is on the board. Maybe a rook to e1 attacking this one over here. Queen f6, rook e5 is a possibility. Rook e1, Noterbeck down to 1 minute. Queen f6 perhaps to defend. But rook e5, he's trying to take this one over here. It feels like the position is slowly but surely crumbling for Noterbeck. Can he hold on? Rook e8 on the board. 95 attacking this. And opponent g6, but there's still rook g7. Rook e5 threatening this over here. But what about this? Queen f6, rook g5, followed by 95. That looks very, very tough. Very tough to deal with. So let's see how Noterbeck is going to try to hold on. But it looks way too much. Also down to a minute against 3. I think Shaq is going to win. King g7, rook g5. Rook g5 threatening this over here. Queen f6, 95. That looks like a knockout punch. Rook g5 on the board. Ouch. I don't see what Noterbeck's going to do. I think it's over. Queen f6 and 95 attacking the rook, hitting this over here, and everything is collapsing. And yeah, with 40 seconds on the clock, Shaq has this in the back. Noterbeck is getting crushed. Tough. He had the opportunity to win the game in one move, but he missed it, and then the game went downhill from there. So very surprising that a player of Noterbeck's caliber missed that opportunity with rook takes c6 to win the game right there. I mean, he certainly would not have lost, but now with 20 seconds on the clock, it's all over. King h8, but yeah, I mean, queen takes. It looks horrible. 95, nice move. Hitting the rook, threatening a fork over here, and it's just over. There's nothing to do. Rook g7, you take, and not only is white up in exchange, black is also getting absolutely crushed. So very tough loss for Noterbeck. I mean, he really should have won this one, but he let it slip, and he lost the game. So Shakhriyar Mamedyarov wins his game with the white pieces and moves up in the standings. All right. That being said, let's have a look at what's happening in the game between Gukesh and Magnus. No time for the commentator to take a breather. Magnus has pushed these pawns, but look at this. Gukesh has his a-pawn. Queen e5 on the board. Magnus can check, but I think the king just walks away. And the combined threats against, with the promotion of this pawn and against this pawn and the checks are probably going to be way too much. G2 on the board. King e6. All right, king e6. It's probably just going to be a draw. All right, queen e3, king f5, king d7 on the board. King d7. Let's see what is gonna happen. All right. Anyway, guys, this game between Magnus and Gukesh is probably going to end in a draw. It might keep going for a little bit longer, but probably not too much. Queen e4, king c7 on the board. But with all that being said and done, you guys, all good things are come to an end. We're going to wrap up the show here, but we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will be joined by James Canty. Always a blast. He's a very exciting commentator, so you definitely want to make sure to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow, Hikaru will be playing Ariantari. Tomorrow Hikaru will be playing Ariantari with the white pieces, and in the meantime, this game between Gukesh and Magnus, I think it has reached a threefold repetition, and the game has ended in a draw. So definitely this disappointing result for Magnus. It felt like he had some chances, but Gukesh defended amazingly. I don't know exactly where Magnus had his chance. I think he should not have given up that a-pawn too early. I think he had to, keep the tension, keep pushing, but Gukesh, he's such a strong defender. He's so tenacious, calculates like a beast, and always hangs on. So we are going to wrap up here, but really do appreciate everyone who came in to watch today. It was a lot of fun covering the games with you guys. You guys asked great questions, sent in a lot of energy, and it worked out. Hikaru held a very comfortable draw in a classical and won a great game in the Armageddon. But we're going to wrap up, you guys, and we will see you tomorrow.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.